hey there. Want to see some cool shit? Well, you're probably in the wrong place. You want to see a guy be a dumbass for several hours. We get you.
That wasn't the stream start I had in mind. I can confidently say that one. Oh, hello everybody. It's Endwalker Day, hooray. Video games. Dark Heart 1985. God damn it. It took like 15 extra minutes. Dark Heart 1985, Director Scar, Darkstripe, Ponticon, Arrow Liali, Mr. Jake the Impaler, the Dread Nine. Get off this fucking song. Get off this fucking song. Just give me something normal. Link 1429, AC the Rock Devil, Mad Cat 17, Kilgrim 5, Bud Zero, All for Games, and M1R11, an obvious clone, starting us off today. So, it's Endwalker. One of my rats died. Like, literally, immediately. He must have died 5 to 10 minutes before I hit start streaming. It was because I just put them all back in the cage. Like, right before noon. And like Theodore he was out in the pen with the rest of the rats, just doing rat stuff. He came back in the pen, he got a treat, he ate the treat. And then got his treat and decided he could die happy with that, I guess. I don't know. That is the most 100 to 0 I've ever seen in my life. But Theodore passed away, unfortunately, which is, it's a thing. It is the downside of the pet rats, is that their lifespan is not very long. And I think all 4 of them at this point, I've had them for several years, all 4 of them have probably passed rat average. So, they've done pretty well. He was a fat, happy moron. And he died a fat, happy moron. Never managing to get any of the balls out of his stupid little cat toy. But it is what it is. So, anyway, Endwalker's out. We're going to go play Final Fantasy now. The good news is that I am fairly confident at this point that they can literally do anything in the plot of this story, and I am not going to be more depressed than I was 15 minutes ago. So, like, we're inoculated now to whatever Final Fantasy could possibly do vis-a-vis the Endwalker main storyline. We've insulated ourselves. So that's cool. I have not attempted to launch the actual game proper yet. I've got like everything updated and set. I have my launcher ready. I did the first update and then the second additional update. That was this morning. But I have not pressed the play button yet. I have heard a wide variety of different occurrences vis-a-vis attempting to log into the video game. Some people apparently have had basically no problems and have just gone straight in. Some people, I believe, literally have not managed to get past the error 2002 yet. So I'm curious to see which bucket we get to end up in. Worst case scenario, we get in a fat fucking... Well, worst case scenario is we error, and I can't figure it. The error is the one I'm worried about. If we get in a fat fucking queue, even if it keeps blowing up and resetting, we can do other things while we're sitting in a queue. But if I just get dick slapped with errors immediately, then I can't do anything. My dream is to get in a queue and then play RuneScape while the queue queues. I'm gonna hit the button now and I'm gonna see what happens. It could be anything. It could even be functional. It probably won't be, but it could be. Got a new title screen. I actually completely forgot the new title screen was gonna be a thing that was gonna happen, obviously. A Viking chorus of large men isn't going to scream at me every time I open the game anymore. I'm honestly pretty okay with that. That's definitely an upgrade over the guy just yelling home at the top of his lungs. I appreciate this. I'm kinda gonna miss it, but I'm also fully aware that's Stockholm Syndrome. So, let's see if this functions at all. Ah, yep, that looks about right. That's about... But what happens if I try to log in anyway? That's a suspiciously small number. That's just a regular login. That's not actually a queue. That's just a thing that it says. I mean, I guess that is actually, usually it's like 30. So I guess that is larger. Let me give it a sec. I'm not sure if the queue ever updates or if it just sits there until you're in. Wow, that's gonna be like 2 minutes. All right, that's actually nothing. Fair enough. Maybe it just works. Maybe it actually just works. That'd be cool, honestly. Streamer luck. Yeah, I got a priority queue. I get a priority queue for being live on Twitch. The game actually has, like an API to detect that. Okay, well, it didn't change on that update. It went down 70 and then 0. So if we average those out, still 35 per update's pretty solid. I want to see if this is... I still don't have a whole ton of faith in this, because this seems like bait. EU data centers are the ones that are fucked. That's what you get for living in a third world country. I was concerned when the character screen couldn't load. I'm still... This seems like fucking... I don't trust this at all. But maybe we actually just get in. Maybe it just works out. Again, that would be neat. I have no complaints about that. So Brenna's showing today. She won't be here for a few hours. Which is just... several layers of depression. Because, first of all, she finished the main story quest for Shadowbringers on literally the final day. She finished it like Wednesday evening, immediately before the instance servers fucking died. But then has to show. So she can't be here to start it immediately. Also, when she gets here, I am going to need to take a break to tell her about Theodore. So, I don't know when she's going to be done showing, but when she is, there is gonna be like 5 to 15 minute break probably. I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. Bryn doesn't get like super duper attached to things. But we'll see. I'll be watching as when I get unspoiled for Endwalker. Bro, this shit launched like 10 hours ago. I gave it... Okay, it's not moving anymore. I gave this shit like 10 hours. Shit or get off the pot. Like, I've been up since 6. That's why I have this. I couldn't sleep for shit last night. And I will go ahead and pretend it's because it was Christmas as a child level of excitement for Endwalker. I just couldn't sleep. It was just hella insomnia. But we'll say it was excitement. Okay, I think I'm gonna log into RuneScape now. After like 4 refreshes without the number changing, I might log into RuneScape. It's trying to update. Yeah, the box is like doing something. It's refreshing itself. Like stuff is happening. It might just be having a hard time literally fetching this number. Just click out the boomer juice. Well, I went to Publix. We ran to Publix so I could get energy drinks because I was dead, and obviously it's fucking Endwalker launch day. This is not a day to not stream if I want to stream Final Fantasy. And of the ones that weren't sold in single cans at Publix, Monster was literally the only one I recognized. Though I was... I've never... Well, that's not true. I was gonna say I've never been big on energy drinks, but I used to drink the shit out of energy drinks. Back when I worked in Verizon, I was like a can-a-day consumption. Which was probably bad. And I've had probably like 1 energy drink total since then. I'm gonna go back and forth. I'm not just gonna drink Monster. I'm gonna 50-50 it. Because I'm not an idiot, and I did just have kidney stones for 7 hours on Wednesday. So, I was gonna say this 103s one more time. I'm gonna log into RuneScape. If it 103s one more time, can I move this? I can. Can I put this down here? And then we can take RuneScape, and we can put it like here. We can... Hey! That looks like a solution. That looks like a solid solution. Is this still going to attempt to update if the game is not the active window? Yes, but it's going to snap back to the middle every time it does it. Okay, so I can't... We will see the border change, I'm sure. Is how we'll do that. Let me log into this real quick, like... I don't want to get engaged in anything that I can't just immediately throw in the trash and stop doing when the queue is done. See? It's perfect. That's what you do. You just convince it you don't care anymore. All you have to do works every fucking time. Give up hope. Instant victory. Every single time. It's never failed me once. Guys, I unlocked my beast cage. Okay, step 1. This was a major update. Did anything change? My buttons all look like they're the same. I am aware the numbers have changed for potencies on things, but they all look like they are the same buttons, so I'm gonna continue on with my life. I made the risky decision to log out directly where the quest was going to start. Thinking that A, this is an instance. That's probably kind of safe. B, fuck it. If I can't load into here or logging in, I'm not gonna be able to load into it to start the quest anyway. So we might as well just fucking send it immediately. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. Okay? We're gonna get a horse chestnut whooping stick, boys. Gan, do you have some time to talk? I have literally all day. I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Go, my children. New music. Not voiced. You didn't voice the opening cutscene? That's a decision. Like, that's a choice that you can make, I guess. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We've since learned that the structures are brought into being by an organization known as the DoH. Is this the last time on Final Fantasy XIV conversation? Are we having like a DBZ recap moment? The DoH's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of Aeon's past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already of these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to our involved in Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while those threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, my favorite narrative device. As you know, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Why did my notifier go off? Oh, because it's for a conversion. It was picking it up to the recurring sub. Thank you, Runefell. As you know, the DoH are under the leadership of Larkin and one other delightful fellow, Xenos, the guy best known from being the worst antagonist this game has had so far. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital's probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Now continue, but in LARP. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the DoH. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. Yes, just log out, RuneScape, it's fine. We'll find a way in Charlian, I'm sure of it. Master Dadano's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Hold on. Where is my Tataru voice, please?
We've just received word from Kyle. He says arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're going to Salabim to board the next ship bound for Charlotte. Upon arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Malthusian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration.
Let's just someone let the piano man back out of the cage. The arrangements have been settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once before I have time to rethink this decision. Everyone do this, it means we're good to go.
And I'll accompany you to the docks. Be at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey.
This music actually slaps, though. Have we finally escaped the musical hell that is Shadowbringers? a good quest stinger again! Yes! God, I hated the bass music of Shadowbringers. It wasn't good. Like, there was good music in there, but by and large, it was not fantastic. Put that one behind us. We're moving on to greener pastures. Emilimsa. What I should do is buy a bunch of ventures and send my retainers out because their level matters again now. It's gonna take 5 seconds. What the fuck happened to this shit? Oh, that's kind of neat, actually. I dig that. How do I do it? Oh, you just double click. Okay. Okay, I dig it. It was confusing and strange for a second, but you could actually see where the fuck you're going. I like that. We'll take it. Put a point on the board for Endwalker. Excuse me, ma'am. I need ventures, please. Just give me, like, I don't know, 100. I need to get my retainers going again. You can click on the 8th right chart icons on the map, too. Okay, so they just vastly improved teleport menu. We take those. I was wondering if I was completely blind or they didn't do it on that menu. Fair enough. Okay, so I just need to relearn where everything is now. Okay, Hawker's Alley. Because it's now sorted by section. So I gotta remember where shit I gotta re-find shit, rather. My click spamming muscle memory, my APM has left me. Okay, you two. Just go do quick exploration. I need you both. You can't hit 81 until I hit 81. I wonder if that's checked on return, and they'll still get the XP if I level between now and then, which is probably unlikely, but like hypothetically. And then I imagine we're going this way anyway, because that's what the boats are. If it works like the previous X packs, my ventures need 1 level, or my retainers need 1 level to start doing ventures from the new content. So hello? There's an objective in here somewhere. So goal 1 is get 81 warrior, 81 mining. So that both of my retainers can hit 81 so they can start gathering me shit that matters. I've always loved this music. It's not used enough. This isn't new, it's just a great one. The pirate banger.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny.
What? Still Limsa theme from 1.0.
Master
Oh
Louis
man,
Soir
it should be the
came here on
Limsa
a
theme
ship
for
very much
2.0.
like
I
this
like it way better. It's so fittingly
And now,
piratey.
years later, the street urchin he
Or at least, like,
befriended that
nautical.
day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this
Didn't
dock?
you immediately try to rob him, Thancred? No.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Or just brood.
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an
Fucking
official
call me
sense.
Estinian. Sir Estinian's my dad. We've been over this.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
We're gonna get Big Brother Estinian this entire expansion.
Better.
I'm here for grumpy Big Brother Estinian.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
She got out of the fucking horde.
It's
What?
just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Same shit we do every day, Tataru.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my
That was
friends.
Yukito log in like 5 minutes. If that. It's been fine every other time. Why would now be different?
Stop right there, criminal scum!
So it's been 8 months in the pool. You lost your hat, buddy.
I'll hold you to that.
You were the shiniest squidling. Thank you, Sakna, for the dunk. Even 550. Some
good.
lifeguards
You're
rounding
still
their
here.
shit out. Hey, whore boulder. And the guy I'm pretty sure I murdered.
Courtenay, what brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Yeah, I definitely entrusted to your hands or whatever. Like, you're competent.
Set the sail.
Question mark.
All aboard for Charlian.
Hi, Marshmallow.
It's time. It's time.
Then we must delay no
He's
longer.
gonna fight Estinian
We
for
will
the
contact
Edgelord
the
crown.
moment we learn aught
We let
about
Tanner
it.
out of Scion
We
HQ
shall
one
start.
time and she became a weeb. She went native instantly. Zero hesitation. Which, to be fair,
Have a safe
Kagane
journey,
native weeb
and please,
Tataru
Please, be careful.
was probably my favorite Tataru incarnation. I really like this music. It's just such a good little vibe. Marshmallow's trying to get in the hanging sack hammock, and it's really funny, but we're in the middle of
And
something
so
right now.
you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times,
All of the facial
naught
expressions
but the
is my
simplest
favorite
words
shit.
of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Wider.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Yeah, where is Shamalama Ding Dong? Is our first dungeon gonna be random boat shit again? New narrator? It sounds like fucking Emmett. I'm an instanced old Charlie Alialan 1. No brakes on that train. Go instantly to Charlion. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Feel.
The only person who heard Emmett. It really does sound like Emmett.
Think.
These boats are way bigger on the inside. These things are like 20
The day
feet
has
wide
barely
on the
dawned,
outside.
my fellow earlier riser.
Just sitting
Though
there
we're hardly alone.
staring at me creepily.
Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Well, everybody else seems to be awake, so I think it's just the children, really. Do we not have, like, cots or hammocks? We literally just find a fucking
Called
corner,
out to you, you say?
pull up some floor, and pass
I've
the
heard
fuck
nothing
out?
myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good.
A
Why not
pillow?
join the others on deck? Charlian should be
A
coming into
balled
view
up
at
jacket?
any
Like
moment.
anything? You just fucking sitting there? That looks like it's metal molding that they're leaning against. It might just be carved wood, but it sure looks like fucking metal. Just bonk! I can't omnicraft these children like a sleeping bag. You know what I can't unsee once you learn it? Basically every shot of somebody going upstairs in a game, you can't see their feet. Because
My voice
you can see
yet
her feet for like
reaches
2
you.
seconds and you can see it. They just have their
I
flat walking
am
animation while they're
glad.
just fucking sliding upstairs and it does not align even a little bit. So they just don't ever show the feet
Hear.
and just imply it via footstep
Feel.
noises.
Think.
Because it looks like fucking Michael Jackson moonwalking up a bunch of stairs every time.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
We're tempered as fuck, dude. Like, I'm just saying. Fuck off, bitch. Giga Primal.
You have visited the first. You have every right
That's
to
not
say
the
that.
reason. Primal mommy.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What I do.
Oh, fair enough. She is segueing it at the
a
same thing.
primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone
And she's like, yeah,
era
fair,
have
tempered.
rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
I haven't said anything.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine, Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time. Another
Bitch came out
age.
here. It causes a great taxing of my energy.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks.
Peepers.
Sharlians,
To appear to you
just
thus.
over yonder.
But I cannot let such an important message remain unsaid. What message is that?
I will not keep you
Blah
further.
blah blah blah. Fate. Blah 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 blah.
Your
Main
traveler's
story.
heart must yearn to behold
Blah
this
blah blah
unfamiliar
blah.
land.
Fate of the Star. You. That's it. You.
We shall meet again.
Okay.
And
I
soon.
feel like you absolutely could have left all those words unsaid. You didn't fucking say anything. Like, if it's that expensive for you to materialize and talk to me directly, you may want to consider, like, getting higher value out of that. That was very low value, incredibly minimal yield, face-to-face contact with God. On today's episode of this meeting could have been an email.
Still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
No, I was talking to Jesus.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
We're literally the only people on deck. We can... There's one other NPC in the back. Oh, there's two. Sorry, there are two other NPCs in the background. That dude's about to go fucking
sleepers have arisen.
fall off the figurehead.
There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Well, good. Then you're not blind. So, like, that's good to confirm before we go in. You still have your vision.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Estinian just so desperately wants to be included now.
Indeed.
Like,
tis as Sir Estinian said.
I don't know if this man is still going through the
Forget
5
not
stages of
the
grief on your
comrades
sail.
who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Rage, destruction, brooding, desperate yearning for
Thank you, my
acceptance.
friends. We are
Acceptance.
ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Wasted no fucking time. Although I guess, well, I was gonna say Heavensward also you into the capital immediately, but that literally started, like, the thing that started Heavensward is you walking into Foundation, so it's kind of a different situation. Endwalker. We're in there, boys.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Absolutely sounds like Evan's song.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once,
That actually
they
is a
deigned to
fuck
accept
huge
foreign
mode.
students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
How'd that go?
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
I mean, it's still doing fine, it's just a goblin
So
city now.
averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
So the question then is why Emmett Selk is the narrator? Is definitely because they're not trying to hide it. They're not even remotely trying to hide it. It's either like mega swerve bait,
I thought they'd never
or you're
let us off the
clearly
ship.
supposed to
What's
know.
next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
I still had a credit on that
Hasn't
voice
Charlie and
actor's
Orbit
account. They had
severed
to get some more
relations
use
with
out of him.
foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Pirates.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Shut the fuck up. How did you
Quite.
regress back to shut the
Let us
fuck
be
up,
absolutely
Estinian, from
clear
Heaven's
on
Word?
these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
What am I affiliated with? The main
Kral
storyline?
has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students
Oh, right,
of
the thing they
Valdessia.
told us.
And our ostensible
It's
reason
good that you
for
reminded
being
me, 'cause
here
I forgot
is to aid in
immediately.
their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our
His name is
progress should
Numbercat.
an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
I was not given us several cutscenes we'll play in sequence before I talk to Tataru, and I have to pee really fucking badly. So can I have control of my character now, please? No, we're going directly into an additional cutscene. Oh my god.
Greetings.
I have to pee so
We've
bad.
just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Is she gonna ask for our manager?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Can they do that?
I am. Grahat here of the students of Baldessian at your
Can they hit
service.
me with the Uno reverse card of such power?
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide
He
additional
just stopped out of advanced dialogue. Yeah, but I want a natural breakpoint. Grumpy Karen Lit.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Look at her tiny little tie. It's like a shoelace.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Our group literally all has white hair except me and Numbercat.
Ishtola rule.
Wait, it's Ishtala? Wait, she has a last name?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I didn't think they had I thought the Y was the Mikode equivalent of the last name.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we
Ishtala.
have here?
That's so much worse. Ishtala? It's Ishtala?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Are you, though? Are you still that? I feel like we covered that that's not you anymore.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
Yeah, you stole
The
those
streets
how
are
I've
abuzz
always
with
read
talk
it.
of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Alphino disowned.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Thanks, Karen.
We shall keep that in mind.
And who's this giant fucking rectangle standing behind you? Oh, that's our
These
protagonist.
last two are not Sharlayan natives.
Don't worry about
but
him.
You will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
This is Ganondorf. Hi.
Name and occupation?
Ganondorf and Ganondorf. Artisan! Ganondorf! I'm a world-renowned culinarian.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of
I'm a
procurement
chef,
and
thank you very
production.
much.
You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order
Wait,
of
he
the
has a
Knights
real
Dragoon
last name? I
Initiative.
literally thought that, like, Wormblood was
Formerly,
Holass's last name.
And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Dragon Stabber? Is Dragon Stabber a profession you can have? Think real hard, Estinian.
If you'll allow me...
Are you? Well, hold on. Pause this shit. Seriously, this. Okay, look. I understand, writers of this game, that you have a huge fucking fetish with the question mark introduction. I get that. I really do. But you have to stop. You need help. Get some help. Whoever is sexually attracted to introducing a character as question mark. You need help.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms.
Good to see that
Surely
she
you are
still
aware
wears
of
the
dangers
fucking
we often
racist
face
cat
on our
hoodie
forays into
at
the
home.
wilderness.
And it's not just her, like, traveling attire.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single
Imagine if
misstep
it can't see it was
may
the
have
uniform of
severe
Charlotte.
repercussions
You
for
can
your
hear it, everyone's
organization.
wearing a fucking cat ear onesie.
I have every confidence in my
Fucking
chosen
imagine.
company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
It's not, is it? There's no way. It can't be. Oh my god, I might have to actually pause the cutscene and go pee. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. How did
Kyle,
this not get a several
it is good
cutscenes will
to
play
see
in
you.
sequence? It's been like 20 minutes.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding,
Okay,
you
I gotta
will
pee.
seem none the worse for
I gotta
wear.
pee. I'm not gonna. This is gonna go on for at least 20 more minutes. I can't. Okay. Don't worry, we're good. I've survived. My body... Oops. My body is no... Right when I gave up hope and clicked. Watch this at the end of the cutscene, literally. I was literally one text box away.
Oh.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Thank you, tiny racist Lalafell.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Estinian, you literally had an entire boat right here, knowing what we were going to do to come up with what you were going to say. We missed it by two text boxes. Oh well, here we are. Okie dokie. It's time. Ah, there's a giant horde. I want to touch this, and then we'll go to the giant horde. It's a tuning time. To the giant horde, away! Tataru? Tataru? Sorry, Cryo? Cryo, are you down there? I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. This. I have that, apparently. A bunch of shit, I don't know what it is. Okay, new weapon! Oh, this got bigger. Hey, they made your armory chest bigger! That's great, because it was getting kind of full, but they made it bigger, so that's cool. High Durium X. That is a little better than Exarchic. So we're gonna prepare the Exarchic hand-me-downs for Moblin. These all gotta go in the, I just said fucking about the Inferno Jack. I don't know what else to do with the tombstones. We're gonna start prepping the Moblin hand-me-downs so we can actually do the 81 things. The axe look like it's literally on my person. You can see it. I hadn't thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Gan and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Go touch all the Aetherites. Yep, same thing we do every time we get to the capital city, the expansion. They fucking grab your nose and give you a guided tour of everything. They Shatrath all of them, but without the terrible escort. I'm okay with that. Here's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at Leveler Estate, but I'd like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. With everyone dot and umming. I feel like I missed something. Annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I'll join you there and on. Yep, we'll see you there. When multiple people, weird champ, and I have no idea why I feel like I've missed something important. I, too, have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Ariandre, just shut the fuck up and go do whatever it is you want to go do. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Of course you do. I wouldn't do anything else. But I could... Why is he so damn edgy all the time, Ganon? Well, Number Cats, would you like to join us then? You were gone for quite a while, and this will be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course. If you will have me. Come, Gan. Sharlayan awaits. He almost had a real voice. He had a real voice. I gave him a real voice for a little while, and then he, you know, lost his rights. Oh, he's just little. That's neat. It's not like a massive fucking sprawl. Can have market board. Oh, I've never seen something so beautiful as a market board functionally touching an aetheryte. That's like visual poetry. After you, my friend. Give me your side note. Wait. Hold on, did they actually give us a Shattrath escort? No, he comes with us, okay. The distance thing concerned me. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. This is gonna be a new type of quest, I take it. Ooh. There's extra dialogue opportunities. Okay, there's a lore boo-boo. Yes, Tiny Red. Giant statue in the harbor. Hold on. Giant statue. A giant statue in the harbor, I see. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. A giant statue of Thaliak. As a student of Valdesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Fall, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, named for the giant scholar standing at its end. As you know, my favorite literary device, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yeah, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ashgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship divinities of their choosing. Neat. I like Flavor Circle. That guy's name is Line Art. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, then taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts and an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient cat, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side there will take us to the Aetheryte Plaza. Cutscene's gonna happen in here. You can tell by the 600 people piled up in a cutscene. Vision. Okay. Did somebody say that? Like, somebody said when it popped up when I was talking about this. Oh, yeah, except the summoning bell is so far away. What am I missing? The summoning bell is also right there. You have a summoning bell and a market board, like, immediately adjacent to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'm gonna touch it. And then we're gonna set it to free. See that one? Oh, did you just see this one over here? Yeah, if you only thought it was here, that'd be pretty horrible, I suppose. If you thought you had to go all the way out there. unusual shape, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like a fucking nautilus. It's like the praise helix of aetherites. Let me hit this, by the way. I assure you, however, it's a perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to tune yourself before you move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And now if we go to our next destination, a path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. This is, shout and yell and party and everything turned off. And custom emotes. It's the anti-fuckery. I'm gonna go. I don't feel like I'm gonna go touch this. I don't know that we're gonna go over that. I'm gonna go touch that before we continue onward. Yeah, Lawless is probably gonna charge you for the tour. Kryle's not like other Lalafels. I guess we would have come here. There's clearly a cutscene that happens right next to this, so we definitely would have made our way over here. Where are we going first, by the way? Oh, it doesn't actually say. They've removed a lot of spoilers from the map in the last couple of expansions. I noticed, like, not showing the icons for dungeons you haven't unlocked yet. Which is really nice, actually. I appreciate it. Because having the icons for dungeons, every dungeon in the entire game on the map immediately, all the time, was kind of dumb. Book stalls. Mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Just fucking ditch number cat at the bookstore. Welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlene, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes. I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? I'm sorry. We're going to somewhere particularly relevant to our ultimate purpose here. Back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow north, and climb the stairs to that very imposing building up top. The Nymphomaniacium. There's a big fucking building. That is a big one. It's an absolute unit of a house. Little decorative features are typical Charlean are typical of Charlean architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Vol were rather simple and rustic by comparison. It's a fountain. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charleans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Neat. Water represents brain thoughts. The opposite of no thoughts, head empty. All the thoughts, head full. Head literally overflowing, head leaking all over the fucking ground. Touch. I forgot that these weren't lit up when they hadn't been attuned yet, because it's been so long since I've seen an unattuned one. Moist brain. This is the Rostra. Name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives will deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. I'm boring you, Cat. You seem distracted. Duh. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by the knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charleon. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Well, feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, we have shit to do. We must go to Journey's End, walk down the stairs to the east, and continue straight ahead. Journey's End. That is actually, I was gonna meme. You can see the whole city, all 6 buildings. But it is actually, they have a decent amount of visibly developed stuff that is outside of the map that pretty much every other city doesn't have. So it actually does look like it's not 3 inches wide. These stairs. Excuse. Oh, they also sprint if I sprint. They also pop go mode. That he toured successfully. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Jungkrabs built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlean families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveler. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlean tour to a close. Hope it's proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Cat? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Or just look at the map and walk straight there. I'm gonna do that one. Look at the map and... Oh, I already got it. You stupid idiot. Let me grab these, though. Me touch rock! Everyone gather around the magical rock device. There's touching to do. Squid actually unironically heaping praise on Final Fantasy XIV. I've been do. No, I'm not. Number cat, get down here right this second. We got shit to do. Give Aethernet access to the Leveler estate. What was, wait, there was an orange thing right here. Oh, can they not use Aethernet crystals? Oh, they can't use Aethernet crystals. I see. Feel like that largely defeats the purpose of Aethernet crystals, but I guess they'll be useful later. Can they not use the crystals? That's kind of weird. How long, morons? Okay. They tried on the follower system. Not very hard, but they tried. They tried in that they added it to the game, and that's about as much effort as went into it. It's not the worst thing ever. It doesn't seem like it's very good, but it's not the worst thing ever. There have been things that are worse. As the joyous look on Cat's face undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. You continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Cutscene away! I'm back, and I brought Gan and Cat with me.
Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hi, Cat. Nice to see you again. Had a pleasure to finally meet you, Gan. I've heard many a tale of your exploits.
It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Administration Officer for the students of Valdesian. He apparently oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin.
Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock clearance become the Isle. You take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition.
You have lost me. I have no idea what we're talking about. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities.
Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. Yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self.
The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. That's what I'm here for. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall. We can discuss our options moving forward. Amir, you gave me a large axe immediately, and I'm ready to start hitting people with it. Once everyone arrives, that is. We probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andrin, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. You have nap room? Are they actually, like, intended to be that? Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andrin just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning.
Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber.
Thank you, Orange Juice Testosterone. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you on the main hall. If that's the inn room for this particular adventure, I do actually have some stuff to shove in my glamour closet. What is this? You lied to me. Let me go jam some shit in my glamour cabinet while I have an opportunity. Going in here. This gun actually looks dope. These are funny. I might use this. Fuck it, I bought this for lack of anything better to do. The rest of that is all for Moblin. Culver to Craig's actually. It's the first gun I've seen that I've wanted to keep. Not only because it's kind of cool looking, but it also very looks like Breath of the Wild tech. That's a build around is what that is. That we can make like Breath of the Wild Sheikah tech Ganon. Building around this. That's a build around piece for sure. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my gunslinger glamour before I picked that one up. Room certainly is a rectangle. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Hiccups, please help.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine,
You get caught by the
We're all
bookstore.
here now.
The bookstore demon is powerful.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Point me at the thing that needs hitting with my axe. I'm ready.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Step 1.
The first involves an investigation
Nerd
into
research.
the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99
My
members
favorite
of the
literary
Forum are
device.
elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
We need an
Bibliotheques,
as-you-know
for
counter
example,
for
are a group of
Endwalker. We're at 3
conservatives which
already.
would have Sharlayan focus
The
on
Donde
recording
está la
history,
biblioteca?
while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
This is concerning.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important.
Yeah, that's gonna
What
end the
could that
world.
possibly be?
But it's Friday Night Magic in a couple of hours, so like I got shit to do.
A
Sorry.
mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Okay. Well, the towers definitely qualify.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive
Do I know
describes
what
the sudden
Thavnair
appearance of a
is?
tower, and the
Or is that a
subsequent
new place
summoning
they
of
just
what
made
I
up
can
to
only
be a new
assume
zone
is
for
a lunar
Endwalker?
primal.
I feel like I've at least seen that word before. In the form of Thavaranian.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
They just go down the list of places that have been mentioned but haven't been added to the game yet,
artisans
and
of
then
that
those are
land
the
are
places
heirs
that
to
you
an
go in
ancient
Endwalker.
tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts.
So the dancer classes from?
It is possible,
Not the dancer
nay,
classes from the
probable,
Crystarium.
that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
That's me! That's me! That's me!
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Krar's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Exactly! You guys do the nerd shit. I'm gonna take this stick and go start hitting people.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance
I'm
as well.
sure it is, and I wish you the best.
I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite
I can't
a
wait to
quandary.
beat up Alphino's dad in a trial here in about 6 levels.
Though it is a great imposition
Probably 7
and an
levels.
altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Oh, this is like the Shadowbringers. Which zone do you want to go get
You
introduced
are
to
indeed
first? I
our
see.
champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
Well, I definitely know how to pick that one, and I'll do it as soon as we're out of
As for
cutscene.
myself, I shall continue
I know
what
how to
I've
make that
begun in
choice.
Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
You can have Thancred and Urianger, since they're just kind of like the people who are
And
also
thereby
here.
gain access to a greater range
Damn
of
it,
reading
I wanted
material.
Stola.
I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance.
Oh, man!
I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
You took the two that can do things!
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have
Yeah, you
us.
can have the children. Okay, fine. I'll take Urianger and Thancred.
Anything to
Fine.
understand even a fraction
Fine.
of what our father and the
You can have
Fallen
first
might be
through fourth
thinking.
pick.
Of course. The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey.
I'll write Estinian. I get Estinian at least. Even though he's gone back into shut the fuck up Estinian mode.
Thoughts? Objections?
Don't ask him to interject.
I passed through Thavnir on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where
Is
things lie.
Thavnir not an island? It sure looked like it was an island and not the kind
I'll
of
be
thing
happy
you
to
would
have you
pass
along
through
then.
on your way to
So
anywhere,
for this
as
group,
it's an
it
island.
will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Guess you could stop at a port. Is Garlemald also an island?
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete.
The fucking Chad Island,
May
if it
our
is.
investigations
To
prove
be fair, I have
fruitful.
literally no concept of where Garlemald is, other than I thought it was on the other side of Alamigo. He jumped there. It looks like the time to get very, very lost. Wholly possible! He just Dragoon launched himself and ended up in Thavarin. Alright, here's how we're gonna figure out where we're going. There is a correct answer to this puzzle. Whoa. What? Oh, this is a belt. I thought it was a chest piece. I was so confused for a sec. Well, decent. I thought that was a fucking chest piece. I yeeted all the belts before the patch via desynth. It makes the character menu... I feel like this is the easiest fix in the world, and I can't believe they didn't do it. Take the soul crystal, put it here. Even. You literally have 12 icons now. How are you not gonna fucking even that shit up? What are you doing? Fix that shit. Alright, well, this chest piece looks like crap. Here's how we're gonna figure this out. Step 1. Blacksmith. They inverted this. I see they've inverted this. Which is honestly Giga Brain and something that I can't believe didn't happen before now. High Durium is the thing that we want. So we're gonna first need High Durium Sand. But there's another ore at 82. High Durium Sand and High Durium ore. Follow-up question. Where does High Durium Sand come from? I have no idea which direction this is. That one's definitely Thavnir. High Durium ore is Thavnir. So I'm going to assume this is Sharlayan. So I'm gonna go to Sharlayan, because one of my first goals is to get 81 mining so that my retainer can get XP again, so he can start harvesting this shit. So I guess by process of elimination, that one's probably Sharlayan. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what, and how little, they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. Now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside of Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Custom deliveries, how I got 81 mining. I want to slam custom deliveries into blacksmithing. Gathering, like, land classes level, unless it's changed in fucking Endwalker. Land classes level so fucking fast. It is literally 0 effort to just brute force land classes 1 to 80 just by doing it, without even doing any of the things that traditionally you use to level. Literally just going and doing a mining. 1 to 80. No time, no effort. So I really wanted to jam it into blacksmithing so I could fucking hit the ground running on new tools and weapons. Thing I should probably go do. That more for the script gathering, because gathering collectibles more work than crafting them. Wouldn't script gathering not matter right now? Did I misunderstand? Yeah, it'll all just be white scripts now, right? Like, unless white scripts do something valuable that's new. That would only be beneficial, to my understanding, if you were not already rocking full hand saint. So, like, I guess if you still needed that. I don't know what I need white scripts for. I feel like they're in the pile of shit I can just shovel. I've been literally buying materia with yellow scripts, and I'm pretty sure I'll be doing that with white scripts now. Indeed. Which at some point I should pop over and do my custom deliveries. I already committed to it. Fair enough. Not trying to talk yet, I was just trying to understand what the benefit was, like if I was missing something. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Grand Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charleon is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Stola and Kat to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search of the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charleon history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Alright, off we go. Book o'clock. Time to get reading, you fucking loser. I want to go hit things with my axe. This is the opposite of what I want to do. Ooh, a children's book. Story of Charleon. Long, long ago, in an island on the Northern Sea, there was a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkrif. Nunkrif was a student of astrology, to find a float of terrifying proportions would soon sweep Eorzea. So it was that he built a fucking ark. This is just Noah's Ark. This is... Strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, Nunkrif's crew hauled them aboard his ark, and the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached. A moment's disparity above a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to the top of a mountain. Refugees in the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over a dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrif gathered him his crew and his grateful passengers and ditched the ark. They journeyed to the coast and built a new boat with blackjack and hookers. They landed on the beach of an island to the north and settled upon that very spot. That's Charleon, yo. Okay. Many years, this literally, your introduction to this plotline is having to just deep throat blocks of backstory text. That was where we landed. That was where we landed on the presentation. the intro to Charlian presentation was just open wide, here comes the cock. Text exposition. Fair enough. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliok and the Germanian hinterlands, the Charlian colony once thrived. It was originally established as an outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with the Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Foreign passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. The Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed it and called it Idleshire. That was useless. Okay. You can also deep throw bonus text for no reason. Well, I didn't think the one about Noah's Ark was going to be fucking relevant either, but it turned out to be. Wisdom, that's probably important. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yumkrit, founder of Charlian, bore witness to madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island of the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus. Azrael Shinju, no longer of the gaming. 4 months in the pool with the Tier 3 pentasub. You are the shiniest squidling. He also told them to renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than fucking killing each other. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. They know like war. I feel like we knew that one. Okay, there's 3 left and one of them matters. Forever 20 Summers? Feels like it's probably Ellison Smut. An Introduction to the Heavens? Maybe? The Voice of a Growing City. I'm gonna settle on that one. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at Ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum, as we know it today, conceived and created. Fair enough. It's not that... I'm not trying to speedrun here. Now that we're in current content, I am in absolutely no rush to make my way through Endwalker. That said, I really don't want to read literal blocks of text about the backstory that is, like, the laziest way you could possibly establish a new setting. That... Don't want it, miss me with it. Oh, there's a destination there in the middle somewhere. You can almost see it while it's targeted by the hovering butt plug. Can't tell. Not voiced. You can tell by their animations. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I can see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read, a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. It's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. Harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And one of you, Cat. Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsebard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makode to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Alligan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most Imperial provinces. But Garlemald renamed the legion Locus Amogus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Alligan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Alligani no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as they once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allig. As the last child born with the Alligani, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Valdesian who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I had never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adapted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we're all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, you just made that word up, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Damn. Number cat dumping that backstory. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness. Aside from the trifling matter of impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway in these books, Ken. More company should be arriving any moment now. Excuse me, everyone, I need to continue standing here. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, Where to begin? You said that and clicked, and my music got epic. Click the Destination Extreme going on. First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The worst kind. It was super bad. It was really the bad kind. Well, that certainly is an accurate, if somewhat useless impression. To expound upon my friend's explanation, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors rending from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, these techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola summarizes the closest known magic as that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. I thought that was exactly the same thing. Was there a brine else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Alphino's got this. Alphino knows this one. Not that I don't, but I want to give him an opportunity. As you wish. I totally know the answer, but the Amarotines were debating the cause of an anomaly which had been observed in the lands across the sea. By this fact alone, we can deduce that the final days occurred not all at once the world over, but rather had a point of origin from which it began to spread. Others also spoke of a keening sound rising from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the floor was screaming, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Do you have any books about the time the world started screaming in agony? Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive actions did they take? That was the reason they summoned Zodiac, was it not? These other two are just wrong, and they summoned Zodiac, and then they summoned Hydaelyn, and then they pulled the moon out of the sky. So, I mean, they did all of those things in the order in which they are listed. But I think the correct answer here is summon Zodiac. That was the entire reason that happened? Yes. With Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know how exactly Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will, with the rules of nature, and they run when the sun comes up, with their lives on the line. Then once balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Yeah, I know this one! I know the main point of everything we were told! Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac. A train that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. This is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. God help. Wait at the destination again. All right, timeout. Timeout. Let me take an actual break. I think it's as good a time as any for me to take an actual break here. I do have to pee again. This shit, canned void flavored beverage. Oh my god, it's just piss. It's literally just piss. You drink it and then immediately it comes back out. It's energy piss. It's scientifically formulated to shoot through you as fast as possible. So I'm gonna stand up, stretch my legs, pee again. I'm gonna grab. I think we have some Chips Ahoy, and I am craving cookie-based sustenance. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We're gonna keep fucking slapping here, my dudes, to see where exactly the Endwalker leads us. Look at this fucking rat. Look at him. I'm gonna see if I can rotate the hammock slightly without him moving, because he's facing me with like one arm out like he's leaning out the fucking window. It's just that one arm. It's really funny looking. Be right back, everybody. Bratwurst put that shit in reverse and went literally all the way back in the log. He just backed all the way up. Oh. Rats are such funny animals. Welcome back, everybody. I feel bad. I gave him a treat because I feel bad. Marshmallow looked super fucking comfy, and I just wanted to very gently pet his head. But I went when I was on break, and I ate a couple of Chips Ahoy cookies. So my fingers smelled just enough like cookie crumbs and chocolate. Then when I went to pet him, he got super fucking excited. That's why he was trying to eat my finger. It's because he can't see very good. He's mostly blind. And my finger smelled like cookies. So he was like, he got fucking jazzed and then confused because it wasn't food and it came all the way out. So I was like, okay, I gotta give you, I'm legally obligated to give you a treat now. I can't fucking blue ball you like that. So. And then he got a treat, so Bratwurst also got a treat because he was also there. Like, this is what happens. This is the escalation. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall... That counts. Put it on the as you know ticker, that's 4. Is that 4 so far? I think that's 4 as you knows. Put it on the board! If you recall, Ariane learned of the source's reflections from the Garan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. Wait, how can you Stola read? How? Because Ystola's vision is whatever the plot needs it to be at the time. She goes from completely blind to absolutely not inconvenienced in any way on a scene-by-scene basis. Marshmallow? Okay, hold on. Rat, you are getting dangerously overextended. You are also blind. He's in a fucking cookie frenzy. Look at that rat. Look at that fucking rodent. The cookie madness has taken him. He got a treat and he's happy, but the treat was not the cookie that he was smelling on my finger. He's going fucking crazy. Marshmallow, you got a treat. You don't need a cookie. Are you not fat enough? You go in the igloo with your brothers. Wow. Insert rat. Okay. Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you constructed Master Daterno with knowledge of the Telophori and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept a secret from the rest of the nation. Grumpy face. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I'm illiterate. All I know how to do is hit people. Look, I've trained for a very long time to hit people more gooder. I was elected to lead, not to read. You labor for what feels like an age, as she just told his research assistants. Yeah, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. Might be occupied with their research for quite some time. Stop Nintendoing me! Why do they tell me to take a break after literally every single quest? Quit fucking Nintendoing me, dude. Those are much less bad than the other feet. Those are solidly okay. Leather workers picked up boots. They're trying to give leather worker a little bit more of a purpose. Okay. Opposition level 0. The quest. Ah. Dagon didn't show up because she was too far away. Because there's too many people. Getting ready for a tea break, Gan? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify. I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me to the outside tables. I'll treat you to the coffee. It's quite good. I don't need coffee. I have void-flavored monster beverage. Void is my favorite flavor. I feel like I'm gonna remove the glamour plate link while we're in the new content, so we can see what the new stuff looks like. So it doesn't immediately get covered up the first time I equip anything. I want to see what this shit looks like. Because I don't hate the eggs. What part of it gets dyed? That's what I was hoping. Because I don't hate that. It's already metallic, which means you can go in with some of these light oranges. And then you slap it with a bit of gold all up and down the handle. There is still a purple crystal in it, which I wish was red. But otherwise, that's viable. I don't like it as much as the weird half-moon, full crescent slapper thingy that I have in my glamour, but it's not terrible. Hello, it is me. As busy as ever, I see. I'm a Charlian, that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Taloferite. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Okay. Are you gonna give me the tutorial on having a follower literally every time I get a follower? Because that's gonna get annoying real fucking quick. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, I respectfully request you fuck off. You must understand, sir. I was simply wondering if you know of the Taloferite. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hear. Wait, you're that house leveler girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. Heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. Fuck off. Well, I must apologize. It's foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come again. Oof. Hell boys. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption. We're hoping you might share your thoughts on Taloferite and their unconscionable plans. Oh, if it isn't the good Miss Leveler! Apologies, but I work at the offices of the Forum. If word reached Master Data know I was helping you. Ah, I see. I'm sorry. My mistake. Hello, Dickin! incredibly measured response for Alice. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? This is just straight up a Starbucks. Like, they even have the little vaguely round green and white logo. There's no way they did not do this on purpose. This is literally just a Starbucks. Look at the fucking logo! They memed the hell out of this. They just made Charlie in Starbucks. Is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, owner of the Last Stand. Used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but he never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning you. Everything okay at home? No! We got fucking disowned! What do you mean, is everything okay? Well, no matter how discreet Master Dadano might have been, news of your family's doing never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything in particular about an apocalypse called the Final Days? The end of the world? No, I haven't heard about that. You're here to research the apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Not the reaction a normal human would have. Normally he'd be like, okay. You want to order anything? Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Okay, why don't you just do it and not bring Alice? We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food. You might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. You want to be a barista again? I'm the color of the logo, so you know it'll probably work out. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The teas for a group near the water's edge. Omelets for a Highlander named Gisla. Outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, there's a Bakode gentleman with the oven-baked lobster. I'm just gonna give him whatever I happen to click on, like I'm gonna level with you. I'll have to do them in a specific order. You're by the water. You're also a Bakode gentleman. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. A Talova who? No, I never heard of that or the Final Days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear up. No. Yeah, we're just gonna do them in the order they were presented to me, because that's the correct order, easy. Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Doesn't really rhyme. I appreciate your effort. What? Snowferoy? Yeah, I saw that name in the latest Gazette, actually. That and some grand claim about the end of days. They both senseless warmongering. All these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best to stay out of it, I say. Before it made the right choice. I fully support a decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. Now just get us man as fucking lobster. I ain't here to jerk the customers around. At last, this oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Can't help but notice your last name's also Tia. But your S, not G. Final Days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. They're like a diviner? Gleaner? They're like a collector of a sort. Travel the world procuring things we haven't gotten here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, etc. You know, for the zoo. Lion collectors. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which is missed. I am, by all accounts, gleaning's the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Teloveroi make it on their audacious threats, many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Like this. Not like this. He said a Twitch emoji. Hello. Meet trouble with the customers? Did you get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The Forum does have some secret knowledge. They've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thanks for playing the part so well. Here's a cup of coffee. Macremnus. I don't drink coffee, but thanks. Let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle if the gossips and wagging tongues. Which is where? Oh, over here. I would really like to be unshackled from Charlian. I would like to hit something. I don't even care if it's just like a random zone monster. I feel like I haven't swung my axe in a whole expansion. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. I mean, other than the 67,000 other people who were standing here watching this cutscene. How's your Starbucks?
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Voiced Starbucks.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
The barbarian during a social RP session.
Do you remember when the decision
Marshall
was made
just sitting in the corner
Charlian?
drooling on his character sheet.
Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
I have
Perhaps
that ability.
it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice.
Well, partially the fact that we didn't
all
start
I
the
could
war,
do
so we're
was
literally just
flee
fighting to continue
silently.
being alive. That's usually a pretty good reason to do the war
It was
thing.
only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
Yes.
If I could have just
Things
mustered a
everyone
civil
knew but Allie
response,
say.
then things might have turned out differently.
Boat door. It's a very narrow boat door, and those boats are going very fucking fast for what appears to be basically still water. That door is just the boat destroyer
They must be
12,000
ferrying
Tron.
goods to Labyrinthos.
That's the place where the high durite sand is.
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Okay.
Wait!
Brain blast!
Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Oh, Gleaner is like an official governmental capacity?
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst
I thought
of
Gleaner
activity,
was just like
then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
a fancy title for the homeless person walking around with a shopping cart full of random garbage. I wasn't aware that it was like an official civic capacity. much less one that literally answered directly to the four of themselves. The water in that little passageway is way too fucking aggressive to ever get a boat there without destroying it. Government-sponsored looter. It's privateering. It's not looting if it's government-sponsored. Oh, Marshmallow's gotta get back in the hammock. He really liked it. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at that rat. Brenda's back, chat. I'm gonna take a break real quick, like, give me a few minutes. Okay, chat. Sorry, I had to catch Bryn up on the rodent situation. But let us continue. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Nomenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Mr. Dickon will want his cups back. Kind of let us walk off with all of his dishes. This is why we use paper cups in the future. Because nobody cares about literally just flooding the world with disposable one-use trash. Oh, that's water. Now my socks are wet. That was the opposite of what I wanted. Why is that aura named like a Lalafell? No wonder there's so many people here. There's like 100 cutscenes that happen right here. No wonder it's such a fucking mass of bodies. Welcome back, Gan. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. The other 100 protagonists, get out of the gazebo. I need it right now. Well, it makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Stola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Gan and Ali say learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing about that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophori is wholly unlike those apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state apparently, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Do I get to hit things? Is it hitting things time? All hail the rats. Well, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. It'll be a great help. Thank you, Kat. If there are no Minotauros in the Labyrinthos, I will be disappointed. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Let me just double check something real quick as we got this here cutscene. This is the cutscenos. Yeah, okay. Go into the right place. We're on the fucking move, boys. Ready? Shit. You clicked on accident trying to adjust your hand. But we're going to the place, is probably what the dialogue said. Oh my god. She is slower than RP walking. She is literally slower than RP walking. This is a special hell. There's the hell where your NPC is faster than walking and slower than running. That NPC was slower than walking. She's actually full running speed. I don't need the play-by-play alley say I'm following you. We're also only on a road that goes one direction. Wonder if it's gonna be right here. She literally stops at the fork to make sure you don't get lost. Come on. Come on. Fucking Scooty the Patootie, we got shit to do. And it's gonna be back here and down there. Because it's pretty obvious on the map. I'm taking a shortcut. She's doing the serpentine. Trying to make sure she avoids all enemy fire while she's approaching. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to return the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Now we can just go. There's a basement chocobo porter. How we would take a chocobo down the elevator? Unclear and irrelevant. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
The floor is an extension of the
If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth.
Well, this is certainly not what I expected. Huh. So they have a subterranean library city farm.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Yeah, it is not what I expected. I was thinking like an undercroft.
Beneath Sharlayan itself.
I was like crypts.
The breeze you feel.
Very not that.
The waters you hear. All created by the
I've been debated. I've been had.
The island is volcanic, you see. And once upon a time, this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Ah, the giant cave was already here.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
You ever repurpose your basement so hard you terraform it into a forest?
Dreamers.
Just Sharlayan things.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but would seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Kinda got that one on lock. I think we're pretty confident there.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh.
Was your echo?
Did you call to me just now?
You have a stroke? Like a regular stroke, not like an echo stroke?
How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Final boss Kryl is powering up for
I'll
a transformation.
Be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Holy fuck. Okay. What the fuck is this music? What is this, like, weird, wacky carnival shit? You're here to help or give me more headaches. You don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. My colleagues are so exhausted she took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. I have a pack of marmots running loose. I learned about exhausted gleaners. Oh, it's one of Neve's many relatives. Where is your Slayer cave, Teve? Let me think. The Rhea Seed should be at 1058. Cumin Seeds 79. Snurbbleberry 1060. Was that 1061? Oh, my head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. A lot more loads to take out than carry in. Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Querthan carrots for the Garabanian carrots? Well then! Okay. Enough. How was Lucky Q Extreme? Literally 5 minutes. Ever expand a basement so much it needs fucking 3 full-size aetherites? The boss fate. Yeah, I think that one's gonna stay at progress 0. I don't think anyone's gonna be chipping to that one. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess that the level 88 fate over there probably is not getting done. I think that one gets to stay there. That one just gets to live his life. You all know what I'm doing. Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, sort and tidy up your inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. And with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders some on high. Damn it if I know the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Oh, they're running inventory in the warehouse that's a city. That must be horrible. Running inventory in the warehouse that's a warehouse is a hell. I would wish on no man. Any luck, Gan? Da-ding, da-dang, da-doom. What is this? This item has been moved to your collection. I'm gonna need that. It's a good thing I looked. I forgot that was a thing we do. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something. They're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. I did not notice that my Aether Compass button had turned into fuck. Are we not doing that anymore? The fact that there was a 4 tells me we're probably doing... Holy shit, they removed... Well, this is bullshit. I just did all this stuff, and then they went and removed what appears to be 2/3 of the Aether currents from the game. This is bullshit. This is bullshit! I had to do all of these! Items that move to your collection. Move to my collection? Do I have a collection? I have a collection. It's literally just the Aether Compass. Why? Okay. Sure. Why not? Let's make literally an entirely new menu to hold just the Aether Compass, instead of leaving it in the perfectly fine place where it was. It would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Gan, I have an idea. This is how you talk to short people? Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, you might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. I'm gonna go catch weasels. Welcome to the end of the Zodiark Hydaelyn storyline. To begin, we will catch weasels. It's not a new expansion if your first 50 quests aren't doing literal level 1 shit. Always tell me find the marmots. Nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out the goodness of your heart, I welcome the assistance. Name is Ernville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagsian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For our mercy, there's no other marmot species on this terra at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you catch any, stuff them in a sack. Here's a sack. Fill this shit with weasels. Where to begin? I'm not seeing any scampering around here, so we need to widen our search to the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There's beasts out there. Don't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. Eastern part's all yours. Good luck. Okay. So this is the zoo, and by zoo I mean it's literally just level 80 plus wild animals. We get down to where the medial circuit is. I'm gonna take a mining break. Alright, there's literally no point in getting on your mount when you first get to a new zone because it is not faster than walking. Which is a design decision I'm just in love with. Troll. Did we really... What in the fuck? It's like the shittiest Gooboo ever. It's the worst Gooboo in the universe. Well, we're gonna get to see what the combat music hits like. The bar is not on the ground, it is buried. Shadowbringer's combat music was intolerable. Combat music. Congratulations. You're an improvement. Slap. Hello, grizzled mouse. You little shit. Well, the combat music in this expansion's combat music, so that's a huge improvement over Shadowbringers. So far, the Endwalker experience is just leaps and bounds superior. Then again, the beginning of Shadowbringers was just a series of very woeful experiences, so again, not a high bar. Hi on. Unnecessary! Wait, my charge has... Oh my god, I have 2 charges on my dash now? Badass. I didn't notice there was a 2 sitting there. Wait. Get in that fucking sack! The greatest challenge of my life. Stupid fucking idiots on my sack. 2 charges of dash is nice. I appreciate that quality of life. I keep mounting, just out of habit. It literally does nothing, but it is so deeply ingrained. How do I get up there? Oh, I see. It's so deeply ingrained into my fucking soul. Those weird little chicken legs. It's got like scaly chicken legs. Hello, I'm here to put a rat into a bag. Okay, well that's actually an aether current. Help, I can't find the quest. I mean, that was also a thing that was necessary. There's mining. Well, we did not get very far before I got hard stuck. I am here to tell you that the rat killed itself. Like, all the people that are here doing activities makes me feel like it's supposed to be here. I think the rat died. I don't know anything about the events that led up to that. Everyone's like right here. There's a guy in a cutscene. There's two people like. That's just what I'm talking about. GG. Well, the difficulty of this game has scaled up beyond what my shitty little boomer skills are capable of at this point. It was a good journey to Endwalker, and I enjoyed walking it, but they just ratcheted up the difficulty too far on this expansion. This is impossible. Oh my god, I found it. Get in the fucking bag. Alright, what is here that is being diggest? I saw somebody diggisting. Was he botanizing? It sure looked like he was punching a wall. Was he just standing there with his pick out? Holy fuck, what happened to my action bar? Oh right, they got rid of high quality. So, gatherings, like, it's just not a class anymore. Are there buttons to replace these, or is this just not a class anymore? You're new. I'm gonna level with you. I don't know what that means. You're going on 4, because I see that you have it too. Solid reason. These are the collectible things. The giving land? Sure. Alright, so they ripped out literally all of the mechanics and abilities the Gathering had and replaced it with just Mountaineer's Gift. Alright, so well, Gathering's not really a class anymore. That's a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. I knew high quality was going away, but yeah, Gatherer has just been like pulled. It's pulled out of the game now. Now it's click rock, get rock. It looks like to me. Beep beep. I have a rat in a sack. I need to get my ass to here. Hopefully we'll go to before too long. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Well, while you caught 3, I caught 1. I have but 1 rat in my sack. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a cage. For all their rage, they are but marmots in a cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Nope, we're on auto-scroll still. So, why are you catching a bunch of weasels in the first place? The authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity, asked for it. Same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I'll have to be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, man. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Yes, I have collected 1 rat. I helped. Interesting company you keep, friend. Fuck are you people? I am Kryl of the students of Valdesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why I made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing these decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more for your services. Goodbye, weasel guy. I'll never forget you. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? We've confirmed the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered where the operation was begun. When, rather. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophorai made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophorei's declaration was what set it all in motion? I don't fucking know. Let's not just leap to conclusions yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. And in that case, how about we head to Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Oh shit, she's getting pulled to the first! I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. Follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing that mouse, marmot, whatever. Don't just look out for the trolls. They're like big, shitty, hairy gooboos. Fence is too powerful. Not a ramp anyway. How do I get to there? Oh, I thought they were gonna let me do it. I wanna go down there! That's where the rocks live! I need the rocks! Apocalypse right now. Truly not convinced that mounting is faster than walking. The, like... almost comically low ground mount speed in this game is probably one of the worst, like, overall design decisions that Final Fantasy XIV has. Is not good. This shit should be illegal. Highly fucking illegal. Found this place and what looks like it may be an elevator, possibly. Behold, the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we're not gonna learn shit standing out here. Let's go talk with the custodians. There is just an insane amount of fucking aetherites. I can't believe this zone's got 3 of them immediately. Touch! I assume it's pretty much impossible to do fates because they're completed the instant they pop. I will admit this is less crowded than I expected it to be. Oh, so they just... This really is just Shadowbringers, too. I feel like, and I say this in... the most generous way that I can. Everything I've seen about Endwalkers so far, it really looks like it's just Shadowbringers 2. There's more. Because the core mechanics and a lot of the various, like, aspects of the minutiae of the systems of this game have changed every expansion to put their own, like, unique twists on everything. And from what I saw reading through the patch notes and some of this, it really does seem like Endwalker, Control-C, Control-V'd Shadowbringers with no changes. There's exactly the crystalline mean, but it's called the Studium now. There's the bicolor gemstones and the traders. There's the role quests. It looks like they exact copy-pasted absolutely everything. Which is just an observation. Not like a judgment on negativity or positivity, just that nothing has changed. This is more than any expansion prior, just the previous expansion 2.0. Ratings. We're here to peruse the vaults. Peruse? You're not cleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Valdesian, but do you care? I thought the vaults, those open to the public anyway, were, well, open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Maybe it's a COVID thing. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. The building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Maybe at least make use of that? No, you can't go mine your durium. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operations are concluded. Retail face. By the time it will be too late. We're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? And then we'll come back in and continue bothering this poor service employee. Dude's about dizzy. Stupid bitches. Can I please go mine the level 80 mining materials now? Whoops. I thought I misclicked. I thought I hit the person who ran into my entire camera. I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Ah. This? This is the point where I worry. This is looking like it's gonna be exactly Shadowbringers too. And Shadowbringers' narrative presentation was the absolute worst. Big, epic, overarching story. That's the sound of brakes being slammed as your sense of urgency and your immersion are crashed into a brake wall at high speeds. Whiplash is incurred. Stop! Meet the local populace of Fucktown. Help them for 2 hours. I'm gonna try and get this back into gear so we can continue our plot. Come back and talk to me in a few hours. I hear a minecart needs fixed. I'm not saying it's that. But that was the narrative arc of the entirety of Shadowbringers. Coke! Ingratiate yourself with the shitty kobolds. Coke! Ingratiate yourself with the fucking Raktikans. Stall a little, the pixies were okay. Conk! The dog people. Main plot. Conk! Talk the dwarves. Like... Are we hitting that narrative arc again? Because it was less an arc and more of a harpy monitor attached to a man having a stroke. We have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a weird creature anywhere. It was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Weird little squeal, right? Anyway, I'll have to take care of it until the Archeon's open again. They aren't even taking donations. We added 25% more content than Shadowbringers as a threat, not a promise. That's absolutely a threat. If this is gonna follow the Shadowbringers dumpster fire of a narrative arc, we added 25% more content than Shadowbringers is like a threat of Gitmo torture. What's that? Take on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now I finally found a spare moment to rest. Did see a Gleaner fellow heading out the gate, though, shouldering a large pack, some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Go find that guy. This is just a red flag. We'll see how the situation progresses. But it's a fairly large red flag, and I'd say it's being waved pretty aggressively. But it's not an absolute sign of fuck yet. Can't even see you. I have no idea what kind of a voice to give you. Oh, it's the same guy. Quiet. Frighten it away. Ah! It's you again. Don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud I gotta capture is close. It's very close. Shh. The wabbits hunting. You wanna help me with this too? Spend your free time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and it goes caw. You know, like caw. It's like a, no, it's like a, no, close, but it's more like a, listen to what I'm saying. Like caw. No, you're too throaty. Like caw. You're going like caw. It's more like caw. I'll point it out if we hear it. No, don't worry about it. Single it out, shoot it with the sleeping dart. Inspector short-lived, so I'll wait in the riverbank while you're doing all the work. Oh, we're bringing this back. Oops, I was trying to move the camera. Shadowbringers 2. They really love the gun minigame. I guess that's from Stormblood, to be fair, but they really, really like that thing. Oh god, get it out of the water before it drowns! Quick! Hey, paying attention! I think it's drowning! Probably go get it out of the river! Maybe with any sense of urgency.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
I'm right here. I think at this point, just walk over to me. You'd make your way if there was, like, a distance. Makes it sound like it's way more work than it is.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I shot a bird. Marshmallow looks so
So you
fucking
met with that
comfy.
gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Just ship them out, Ali. Say, pay attention.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't
Or to
simply
ship
turn
them out,
loose.
like we literally just covered with the marmots one quest
Safely
ago.
returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Is that what the wood chipper is, or?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can
As
never
you
be allowed
know,
to fall into outside
She didn't
hands.
say it,
Even Archons
but I'm
are not
putting it on the
privy to
board
truth.
as an as you know.
Those
Because
who
she's
are,
explaining
the
this to the
researchers
guy who
involved in this secretive work,
literally works there.
are not permitted to walk freely in the city.
It's an implied
and are
as you
instead
know.
required to
I'm
live
counting
in
it. That's
isolated
5.
Quarters.
It's 5 as you knows so far.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Take a shot.
Possibly.
I can
wasn't
do a
afforded
monster
an
shot. That's the
explanation.
best I got for you.
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
I doubt you're for any kind of advanced research.
I'd be more
Aaronville.
inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south.
Which sounds like the Gary
Or a city
Vault,
or
but for
thereabouts.
errands.
What? Why would you say that?
I'm gonna level with you. I was making my vault
Much of
joke
the
and
flora
did not
and
hear what you
fauna
said.
we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
We've already covered
Comparatively
this!
hardy species too, able to endure
Already covered
them are specimens
this!
known to be effective in
That was the
improving soil
point of the
quality
Marmot
and
quest!
purifying water.
This ground hath been dreaded!
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern
Welcome,
is that our
Squidling,
requisitions,
to the
be they
swimming
living or
pool.
otherwise, are properly preserved
Ryodo.
for the knowledge of future generations.
85 months in the pool.
It's finally
You
Endwalker
with the
time.
shiniest squid.
Too bad I can't
I
play
really
till
must be
later.
going.
Today is also my
regret that I
grandmother's
cannot reward
80th
you as you
birthday.
deserve.
Tell her happy turbo birthday. Don't worry, so far it is definitely more Final
Perhaps
Fantasy
you might
XIV.
reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels.
Thank you for the fucking 85 months,
And
over
seeing
7
as you are
years.
already
Brianna.
set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I assume
I'm
it will
afraid
get
that
better.
won't be possible.
The
Once
first
the
8
animals have
hours
been
of every
prepared for
expansion
transport, we
sucked
send them down
balls,
separately via the lift.
except
I will of
Heavensward.
course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
What if I just carry a bunch of shit anyway?
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
I literally can't die to fall damage, so it's fine by me if down is the direction that we're going.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you.
Quile
This
gets
is the
so
perfect
excited about
solution.
everything. Quile is just
You're
like
quite welcome.
a little
But
energizer
consider
bunny.
yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Crowley's new outfit. Crowley's to dump the fucking cat onesie, dude. Like,
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
we're gonna go in the hole. And the hole is gonna lead me to the mining place, probably. So keep our eyes out for currents of the ether. Hey, this go. Oh, sure, all the expansions I've already done got 2/3 of their aether currents removed, but this one's still got a fucking octogentillion in every single zone. Southwest feels like it's probably down there. Right down there? I want to be sure it's not atop this, but I'm pretty sure it's at the bottom. Level with you, I don't see shit. But if it's southwest, it has to be down there, or like in the sky. So, or in a cave. So we're gonna continue onward. It's definitely not right here. The default combat music is... Oh, hey, look. A level 90 fucking hunt bush. That makes sure there's not one up this direction. Doesn't seem like there is. Okay, we're good. Level 90, very angry shrubbery. Or very sad shrubbery. The more I look at it, the more he's actually just kind of depressed, and I feel bad for him. He's a shrubbery that's had a difficult life. So there was literally one aether current up top so far. Obviously, we're only going to get half this wave by the fact that there's level, like, 90 fates down there on the southern end. This is going to be a 50-50 zone. Again, this is just Shadowbringers, too. They're going to do the same thing. You pick one of two zones, you go to it, you do the first half of it, you come back at the very end of the adventure. This must be at the entrance of the mine shaft. It's faint, but there's something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, maybe? Oh, slavering beast aside, we need to watch our footing. Tighten our straps and such, and then we're going to go do the shit. Tighten your straps, put on a new hat. Otherwise, ready yourself for adventure. Hat. Can't see shit. There we go. Oh, it does have slots in it. I didn't even see that from the head on. I literally couldn't see the slots. I'm like, I can't see shit, dude. There we go. That's better. Vision Destroyer 12,000 Tron. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it must be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow. Don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We'll meet up at the other end of the tunnel. And here's a bunch of birds. Still sensing the same aether current. Big fucking cave. I'm finally sensing a new current. Ah, purple dots. I wonder if it will angrily attack me after I touch it. Oh no. It's angrily attacking me. What's weird is that upheaval doesn't light up anymore. Upheaval doesn't take rage. Okay. I was like, it's weird. Upheaval doesn't light up anymore. And like, I'm used to, like, I see the glint of the, like, border, the lit up border for it. And that's what makes me to hit it. But the fact that it doesn't light up is throwing me because it apparently no longer costs rage. Just cooldown only now. Actually, a little bit of a menace, but I'll get used to it. By the way, bismuth ingot, I don't really know that's how that works. Only Felcleave and Decimate cost for rage now? You are correct. Gather around me, boys! Good work, Pally, bro. Just wiping shit up together. AoE him down, lads! Alright, incinerate the currents in this middle tunnel. You gonna tell Gan what is and isn't a metal? I can try. The other aether current's up here somewhere. The thing that fucking throws me that I'm never gonna get used to is the fact that your rage doesn't decay outside of combat. That you get rage and you just get to keep it forever until you spend it. That is so fucking weird. Well, not having to spend on upheaval, I'm a little sad, I will admit. Not so much with my choice of class, but with the fact that every expansion I have passed into, Warrior has gotten more unga bunga, no thoughts, head empty. I feel like it has gotten less mechanically interesting to play with every expansion. Just with like the new abilities and traits that I've unlocked. I think peak interesting Warrior gameplay was immediately before Inner Release started giving me Infinity Beast Gauge. Infinity Beast Gauge is just herka-durka, smash, smash, cleave, cleave. No fucking thoughts. Because trying to organize it so you were ideally like right at 100 Beast Gauge with Storm's Path open, and then you rampage, and then you can Felcleave, Infuriate, Felcleave, Storm's Path, Upheaval with the 20 you got from Storm's Path, and cram all that into one. That was cool. You had to, like, engineer, and if you had to pop your Rampage earlier, if it came off cooldown when you had to do something weird. Like, you had to use Onslaught, it fucked up your setup, you lost either an Upheaval or a Fell Cleave out of the Rampage, or you had to let it sit off cooldown for a bit. That was interesting. I felt like the class had mechanics and choices. And then they gave me Infinity Rage during Rampage. I'm like, okay, Hork, Dork, Smack, Smack, Whack, Whack. No thoughts, head empty. But at least we had the thing where you want to be able popping Upheaval on cooldown, which meant you had to be a little bit careful with your Beast Gauge, because not only did you need to make sure you always had 20 as soon as Upheaval came off cooldown so you could pop it immediately, and also sync that with inter-release, you need to be careful, because if you needed to Onslaught or Charge, you had to have a little bit of extra Beast Gauge to do that. And now, Endwalker is Hork, Hork, Bonk, Bonk, Whack, Whack, Smack, Smack. This is not a research. This is like, it's not a resource anymore. Like, it's been removed. Beast Gauge has been removed from the game. This is just combo 5 now.
Welcome,
like it's
Squidling, to the Squiddy Pool.
Taking Rage cost of Upheaval and
Squid.
Onslaught and giving Onslaught. Yeah, this is basically just a cooldown. Like, you might as well just give it a cooldown. This resource has been removed from the game. Like, I'm very unhappy with Endwalker Warrior so far. ZDog319, 15 months in the pool. You were the shiniest Squidling. Been streaking it since you hit the year anniversary. Thank you for the continued support. I really don't like it. I don't know what this class is going to get on the way to 90, but I feel like literally all complexity has been removed from the class. It was, whatever level was immediately before Rampage gave me Infinite Beast Gauge was peak enjoyment of the Warrior playstyle, and it's just gotten worse since then. It makes me sad. Maybe I should go back to Darknet, I don't fucking know. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, the specimens being collected in preparation for a great migration, we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. But again, I guess that's not just a Final Fantasy thing. At this point, that's just true of Memorpagas in general. Because WoW is largely doing the same thing. For some reason, MMOs, as an entire genre, have drifted to removing literally all complexity and mechanical interest from your rotation. That's just how the MMO market has gone. And I'm very, very sad about it. I really liked Warrior. I really liked it. Until they gave me Infinite Rage during Rampage. And then I still kinda liked it. And now I'm like, well, I guess I'll just hit whatever button's lit up. Nothing matters anymore. Retail Fairy Warrior has one button that spends 100 Rage and every other button builds Rage. That sounds about right. I'm sad. Aha! Now we know who we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Agronomicon. I'm gonna read from the Agronomicon. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. It's how we made those pyramid grapes you just saw. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. As you know, gleaners, these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. Just possibly know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Sure. Say what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same and cast about for useful clues. I get that it's part of what seems like a genre-wide push to make 100% of a game's content approachable for the casual player base, and then have all difficulty be contained to, like, hard mode. so that every like raid and dungeon and instance and challenge, there it is, has a normal mode, which is fundamentally an easy mode that a toddler that's asleep could do. I do get it, but that doesn't require you to remove all mechanical complexity from rotation. If your goal is just to make it so everyone can do it, all you have to do... I don't know, kill him, actually. All you have to do is just, like, lower the DPS gate required. So that people who want to do more than press the button that's lit up as soon as it's lit up and there's no thoughts beyond that still have a rotation they can master. Because it really seems like the only mechanics of this class is just going to be maintaining uptime, which is also pretty fucking brainless. Now you have 2 charges of onslaught and they don't cost anything. Like, I'm upsetty. I'm fucking upsetty, chat. They took the last brain cell out of Warrior. What's this shit? Isn't it like right here? Oh no, it's across the bridges. We'll probably go there in a minute. It's literally just an angry stray tomato. Did you ever consider playing Inscription? Not really big on card games, but I'm not opposed to it. Crops we harvesting? Oh, this is a pyramid grape. It's like a grape, but it's grown to be perfectly triangular in shape. All needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here, nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given it's native to a particular locale and the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, the region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks to the north give way to slots of temperate plains, which transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos, the Imperials renamed it Locus Amogus. The forums saw not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. Its such provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. You told me way more about pyramid grapes than I ever wanted to fucking know. Please help. Wish they stopped stripping complexity from classes, warriors not the element of lost management. I heard Monk lost every single positional except their combo 3. Is that true? And if so, why does Monk still exist? That was their entire class identity, to my understanding. Was that they were the positionals class. Literally, what is their identity if that happened? Do I have Brian to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Do you see these fucking crates? I could fit 3 of me inside one. Most of our stock sent off to the cargo lift. Some's been earmarked for aerial transport. That's a stack of crates top the hill over there. God's humble off that slab was a job and a half. They essentially redesigned it totally. Oh, okay. I didn't know they were also. I knew Summoner was pretty much a new class. I didn't know Monk was also getting slapped with that. Well, good, because I don't know how to play it anyway. I just unlocked the back half of it in Palace of the Damned, so I don't know how it works anymore. I didn't know how it worked in the first place. I just got all the new buttons to smash, did Palace one time, smashed them all, said neat, and then went back to prepping for Endwalker. Oh, hello there. They weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lifting restraints. How did you get down here? Cave. Mine shaft. Much hardier as soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists of long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When first heard this grand reorganization, I assumed we'd be shuffling around old stock to make room for new. This guy's name is Frisky Oompa. Then came to orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? Pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances all be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Fair. The next one. Due west in a place I probably won't be getting to anytime soon. I wonder if the stacked boxes are over here. Yes. Yes, they are. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. I found it.
What happened to everybody else?
This first time me see flowers. Flowers.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Well.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Just like Hoary Boulder's brother. He just looks like his face is... he's exactly Hoary Boulder, but palette swapped. That's how you know it's a Final Fantasy expansion. We're getting into the palette swapped enemies now.
You don't seem convinced, but...
Imagine the cutscenes had all the other players. The cutscene's just a billion people, and you can't see the actual characters
This
at
Ashen
all.
Grey, for instance. It mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration.
It sounds like
or
a
despair.
deeper, more British Ardbert.
Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our
Kinda,
disposal,
yeah? Yeah?
we've yet to identify
Is
the
old and
underlying
wise
principle of
Ardbert,
this
reborn
empathic
as a
effect.
Rogadin botanist.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Okay.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the heart bloom
Look, I'm gonna
secrets.
level with you.
But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence.
I don't care
I will leave you to your thoughts.
about this random flower. We've listened to this guy talk about a random flower for 4 minutes. Like, did I fucking ask? Why are we playing Matoya's theme? Where's Matoya?
Have you learned aught of interest?
There's Matoya. Brian. Yeah, listen to him voice. Tell me about a
flower
random
that reacts
flower
to
for
one's
4
feelings.
minutes.
Strange.
So what
I must
extreme
say,
plot
I have
relevance is
never
this
heard
flower
of such
gonna
a thing.
have?
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Flowey's the final boss.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
That's typically how the help functions. They do their job.
Only
They
we
don't
could
need to know the
interrogate Forum
why.
members directly.
The cashier at Walmart doesn't understand how the supply chain works. The shelf
Isn't that the
stalkers at
entrance
Hobby
to the
Lobby don't
arcade?
know the purpose of the ancient Israeli tablets. They just get paid minimum wage and do their job.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Racist?
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right.
That is the only
did say he was
black
coming down to
male
make his
bunny
report.
we've met. That must be him.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Bro, we're already just, like, trespassing our way
Ours
through the
alone to
entire
bear.
labyrinth.
We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Is this the point of the story where Y'shtola is
said
gonna
myself
yeet
that I wish to
herself
know
into the
father's
live stream
intentions.
for just the
And no answers will
flimsiest
be
reason?
forthcoming should
Because
we
that's just the
simply
thing
ask
we do every
nicely.
expansion now.
We can apologize.
She's
later,
gonna be
should it come
listening
to
at the
it.
window,
Right now,
and someone's
we
gonna
need
notice
every
and
crumb of
vaguely turn her
information we can
direction,
get
and
our
she's gonna
hands on.
instantly
Consequences be
dematerialize
damned.
herself within a live stream, and then we'll have the side tangent about getting her back again.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Kyle, are you okay? Kyle?
Cryle?
Kyle?
Hmm?
Sorry, I was distracted. The flowers are very pretty.
Yes, that certainly sounds like a
Huh?
plan.
Yeah, what? Yeah, that sounds great. Yep.
I'm glad you agree.
What did I say, Kyle? What did I just say?
Quickly.
I love how
Erenville is on the move. We
hilariously
need to get
huge
closer before we lose him.
everything is in Final Fantasy XIV. Of the landing to that building, the door of which you could drive a different, smaller building through, could fit an entire football stadium for, like, no reason.
I can almost reach you.
Ah. They're gonna be plot relevant via the strokes Kyle's been having. I mean, they were obviously gonna be a big plot point because we had to listen to a dude talk about them for 5 minutes. It's very funny. Wait for it. Oh, it's actually from over there. The crowd ambience plays every time you get out of a cutscene because there's just so many fucking people. Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. She is literally standing right next to you. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. And I was headed westwards along the path towards outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Run this bitch down. I imagine every architect in Final Fantasy XIV is a Lalafell trying to build for a row and is hilariously overcompensating. I don't know what that said over that wasp, but I had to pause for a second and read it like 3 times. I legitimately thought that thing was called a pee-pee-hee-hee. Like, I don't know what happened to my brain. But I thought it said pee-pee-hee-hee on the wasp. That's not what it's called. It's not a pee-pee-hee-hee. But I have a problem. Luncheon toad! That frog is lunch flavored! He's made of delicious cold cuts. Pee-pee hands. Hi. God damn it. Something new ability skilling mini boss luncheon toad. Cooking toad? Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of the Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Katniss Vanish smell were here. Yeet in the live stream! Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Doubt. Hippity hop, my little toads! Not a phrase I would expect out of Y'shtola. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. What do I do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would to learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you're essentially defenseless. I'm the luncheon toad. I tell you though, I'm gonna drop this for a sec. I'll be back. I require 81 mining. What does perception even do now? Increases item yield. So perception just gives you more stuff. Okay. My max GP. I wish that was just like a stat that you could see. Surely I'm close as hell. Alright, well, I want this. So the second thing is now the chance of, like, double hitting it, question mark? Well, this will tell me, I'm sure. Yep, that's exactly what it is. The gathering is a chance of trading the Gatherer's Boon, which gives an additional item. Higher perception, yep. So perception now just does double yield. I'll go ahead and start filling up page 3 with reagents. Bonk. 743. I don't have the Saint accessories for Gatherer. Which I guess is a use for white scripts. I didn't bother. Because I figured, what the fuck, GP is pointless as fuck. So I just straight up didn't bother. Except now, GP is the limiting factor for quite literally everything. Guess I'll pop this so I can get some regeneration going. So not really going for quantity here, so much as I am experience. I need to let Bokoblin level. Floor schist, hold on. You are the goldsmithing whetstone rock. Okay. God damn it. I took the wrong everything. This is just the wrongest food. This food literally does not help me at all. Alright, so these I realize now are also dirt fucking cheap. The GP cost of these has been quartered. I'm pretty sure the Perception 2 thingy used to be 300 or 400, and now it's 100. So you can just slam this shit on every single node. Because you'll regenerate all the way there by the next node. Actually wild. Okay. Gib. 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 Look how fucking fast gathering experience goes. And I'm literally just punching a rock. I bet I could even. It's reduced above 80. Oh, these are 70s. Fuck. Oh well, I still get half yield out of it. Damn it. I have 80 engineerings. It wouldn't matter. It's halved either way. It's actually irrelevant. Good job pretending to blend in, Gan. What? Pretending? No, I need a bunch of this rock. It's very important. I figure we'll look at this, and perhaps when I hit 99 Hydurium sand, I'll gather a bit of the whetstone rock too, because the whetstone rock's probably pretty useful. Whoops. That was pointless. What I should do... So King's Yield is just stupid now. These all feel so pointless. When there's like I'm gonna level with you. I guess I kind of get deciding to remove high quality reagents. Literally every ability I have feels pointless, except for sharp vision. Because the only things I have are things that increase yield. Which it's now completely irrelevant when you would use those. Because normally I'd see this and be like, oh boy, a node that rolled 100% high quality chance. All right, let's pop King's Yield 2. Let's fucking hit some bountiful yields on this and try and get as many giant handfuls of high quality shit as I can. But it's just the same shit. It doesn't matter how good the node is. Like, Bountiful Yield and King's Yield aren't going to be any better on any node than any other node because they're all just going to give you the same flat amount of more shit. And as a matter of fact, this is worthless now. Now that I think about it, let me move over here. Mountaineer's Gift is completely worthless, right? Because you can spend, you hit a node 4 times. You can spend 100 GP to get a 30%, I guess it's, no, it's not completely worthless because it's just the cost. Because this is that, but guaranteed. King's Yield increases by 100%. So it's more like King's Yield, I guess, is useless now unless you're mining something weird and rare. These feel so pointless. Like, this is a crazy good node. It doesn't matter. Because there's no interaction between your abilities anymore, because there's no high quality chance. Normally, you'd get a Gathering Yield +1 node, and you'd pop everything. Pop all of your fucking Omega Yield things, and just go to town. But nothing matters anymore. This is... Alright, I can't fly. This is just RuneScape now. Click node, get rock. I don't like this at all. I appreciate that there was an attempt to replace high quality with something. With the Gatherer's Bounty. But it really just... Get rock, get rock. No thoughts, head empty. Huh. Oh no, he crafting? No, I gathering. I need 1 level, calm down. I need 1 level so I can uncap Bokoblin. I need to get 81 mining and 81 warriors so that my retainers can get 81 and then start actually doing ventures to gather, well, this shit, more or less. They can't start doing the Endwalker ventures until they each get a level. And they cap out at your level. They can't ever be better than you. Honk. Lightable now make one a fisher. Why would I do that? They can't be better than me. That's useless unless I'm also a max level fisher. We're like halfway there already. Gathering shit goes hella fast. I will say, as we're in current content land and whatnot, I am absolutely gonna be working on like gathering and crafting as we go. Because we're no longer in the fucking Omega sprint. I have been sprinting for 3 months trying to get to Endwalker before it came out. But now we're in current content. So we're gonna get our shit going. Am I gonna keep literally all of these up to parity? Fuck no. But there's no need for speed. We quite literally have all the time in the world. We can punch the rocks. We can enjoy our journey. We can get a bunch of high durium sand. We can get a boon from nature. Nature's booned me. We'll get some chloroclast. Chloroschist, I can read. You can have Final Fantasy every day. Ha ha ha! That's not what makes that happen. Not what I meant to do. I can make this main game for a while if, and only if, people are interested in the 837,000th person on Twitch enjoying a casual playthrough of Endwalker. Which I'm gonna guess is going to be a no very quickly. Up to and including literally day 1. This could no out today. But I wouldn't make any snap judgments. Release day is always a weird fucking beast. I wouldn't make any immediate cancel everything judgments on the algorithmic performance of day 1. But it depends entirely on how interested the Squiddy Pool specifically is on hanging out for Endwalker streams. Because we are going to get literally 0 Twitch tracks and streaming 500 channels down in the directory with every big name that's ever streamed on Twitch. We will get 0 traction doing that. So it's entirely dependent on who already watches. Which, I fully expect this. I hope it's not. But you know, pessimism powers. Assume everything is gonna fail horribly and go the wrongest way possible. And then you are delightfully surprised if it doesn't all crash and bomb. I think this will literally perform worse than the Final Fantasy streams I've done doing up to this because everyone who would want to watch it is playing Endwalker themselves and does not want spoilers. So it's really an extremely niche stream for a niche channel, angled only at really the people in my community who watch Final Fantasy streams but don't play Final Fantasy. And the couple people who, this is not 95%. There's no way I'm failing 1 in 20 of these. I'm failing like 1 in 10. The numbers are literally just made up as they go. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's easy, I just play while you play and stay ahead of you. I did wait like 10 hours after launch to start playing.
You had your fucking time.
So the second thing is, what are you actually used for? You make goldsmith tools. You make a ton of shit. Hey, I could use a bunch of these. These whetstones will also be quite valuable just for leveling goldsmithing from making them. The production itself is the reward. XP for XP's sake. But again, I would love nothing more than for Final Fantasy XIV to main game it for a little bit while we're in current content land with a brand new expansion release. I've been excited for this forever. I would absolutely love that. Will I main game it? Probably at least until the end of the main story. Probably. We'll see. I'm having a good time punching rocks. Me hit rock. Unga bunga. I'm gonna pop one. I might as well pop both so I don't have a dead hit on a buff node. Not that it matters. Thought we were gonna no gather a bounty 4 times on a double pop node. That's like the watch while killing Lizardman in the background for Shazian favor. I finally got my first actual Lizardman task the other day. And Konar told me to go to the cannon. Good news! The canyon. That was a Freudian slip of where I was going. Good news! You can set up a cannon in the canyon. That task is extremely fast. That task is like Dagannoth tier. You go down there, you put your cannon down, and you just commit uber genocide on all of the stupid little lizards. You know where the real money's gonna be? By the way, you know where the real fucking gathering cash is gonna live? Right there. I bet silver ore stonks are fucking nutty. Because no one's gonna want to go back and farm the fucking silver. And this, the actual loot from the stuff is going to be wildly oversaturated. That's true. That's what I should be doing, I guess. As long as Bokoblin is at level cap, I should send him on silver. Should also perhaps take a peek through, like, Culinarian and Weaver and see if there's anything Moblin can be doing. Because they're gonna be stuck by my cap most of the time, I imagine. Look at these last 2 nodes here, and that should top us off. So right here's actually gonna do it. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I have tidings? Okay. 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 So that is King's Yield. That's okay, they're getting some interest. And then we immediately got 100% to use it on. God intervened directly. Cool. We're getting some intrigue in the gathering. I don't want to look in my menu with the new abilities. I want to see what they're going to be as we go. I kind of want to put that all together as we progress. But hey, 81 Miner means that we can bring Bokoblin back from his venture and have him receive his experience. We'll hit 81 Warrior before terribly long. I should eat food just for the 3% XP boost. But before we turn back into a frog and continue our journeys here, my friends, I should take my second proper break of the afternoon. It's been a few hours. And again, by the power invested in me by void-flavored branded energy drink, I have to piss again. Granted, the things that are in this can are probably not conducive to me not having kidney stones, but the amount it makes me have to pee is probably great for my insides. Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, grab some snacks. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, everybody. We're going to turn to a fucking forg. Marshmallow, what are you doing? Why are you standing there like SpongeGar? Alright, welcome back, everybody. Marshmallow's being a fucking weirdo. I mean, that, like, paranoia after we lost one of the rats. 'Cause now I'm, like, super over-analyzing Marshmallow's existence. Marshmallow's always a fucking weirdo, and I'm pretty sure he's not acting any different than usual. I'm just the paranoid now. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Okay. Come on, Alpha Toad and Alley Toad. Ah, the world is my pink rectangle. Oh my god, hold on, a fucking fate? Get me out. I want to do a fate. We gotta kill the radioactive slime! Something weird has happened. Rampage. Rampage is different now. I saw charges on that. I think Rampages might be charges now. Instead of time-based. We're reaching levels of Unga that shouldn't be possible. A little concerned. I'm not bothering to turn up my tank stance, because why would I? But I guess because I'm a tank, then I can hold this with the other people that are here. It looks like the other people here are largely also tanks. No one else stops to do fates, because it's really annoying to do a fate as anything else. Stand by. You don't even have an inner release window anymore. You just hit it, and then you get 3 stacks to use sometime in the next 15 seconds, whenever you feel like it, really. What happened to Warrior? There's not... So making sure you have upheaval via Rampage, that doesn't even matter anymore. Zero thoughts. Head isn't even empty. Head is completely open. Head is a flat plane upon which the face is rolled. Oh, I see sad girlfriend face. Why does girlfriend look sad? Why? What happened? Oh, I mean, like, there was enough delay between you getting here and now that I wondered if something... Hold on. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry, chat. For those of you, oh, I see my internet is also dying. For those of you who are not here at the beginning of stream, we had a rat pass away earlier today, so very, very suddenly. Why me and not the Alpha Toad? Large frog? You're a dick. So, it's still very recent. we're kind of dealing with it. Dealing with it as we can. Brim was out showing, so she just found out, like, super recently, so. It is the downside of the pet rats. A very, very short lifespan. Excited riveting! Yeah, very much still in the big sad portion of dealing with it, for sure.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Every Makode female that isn't Y'shtola looks identical. Change their mind.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
They're all just fucking genetic clones of each other. They all have exactly the same face.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly
Oh my
treatment.
god, Squid, that's racist. Is it?
What warrants such urgency?
Is it? All cat girls look the same. Squiddish, asexual Jax. I mean, I guess, yeah.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty.
Was it to ensure that life continues
and
on?
now that word of the final
Are you
days
making it,
hangs
like,
heavy in the air, the time has come
Look.
for us to fulfill that charge.
I'm going to tell you the entire trajectory of the Sharlayan story right now. Their initial charge was to ensure that in the event of a world-ending calamity, that life and knowledge continues on, and they are going to build a theoretical or literal ark that is going to go quite possibly to the moon with whatever forum members that they have decided are worthy of preserving, to repopulate and recreate a new ecosystem, and then continue life as a new Sharlayan somewhere else. That's the thing that they're doing.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest.
So that you can all be sacrificed, and like 99 forum members or whatever get to go off on their space ark to go live somewhere else.
Then I will
Where it's going, unsure. Were I to hazard a guess based on the Endwalker-based meta-knowledge, it's
I
the
advise
moon,
you to
but
offer tangible improvements
we'll see.
for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Your revelation is going to be that you're getting ditched because this
Your
motherfucker's going to the
concerns will be
moon
conveyed to the forum.
to go restart the ecosystem. That's 100% what the Ark story was for. They are going to build a metaphorical, if not literal, Ark to just fuck off. Arg.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
What, do you have, like, soul vision? How the
fuck? Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Why do you know that's me?
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
That's fair. He catches animals for a living. He sort of catches wild animals for a living. He does this to every random animal. This is like that thing when you feel like someone's watching you and you just say, I know you're there, idiot. Because if someone is watching you, they're like, holy shit, how'd they know? And if nobody is, nobody hears it anyway. So he just throws that at every animal that looks at him funny, because there's no downside if he's wrong. But that's... Damn it, a competent NPC! I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Are we really not supposed to know that it's an arc to the moon? At this point, like, is that not supposed to be? I'm gonna feel really dumb if this is wrong, but I feel like it is painfully obvious what Charlian is doing right now. To the point where I'm at the, like, are we really not supposed to know? They made us read the story about the Ark and the founding of Charlian before this started. I'm gonna feel real stupid if the goal isn't load the forum in an Ark rocket and shoot it to the moon, but, like, surely that's what they're doing, right? That's 100% what their grand scheme is. Like, dude, then surely that's what it is. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Yeah, because they don't care what the Telophoroid's gonna do, because they're gonna destroy the planet, and these motherfuckers are gonna be on the moon! Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention Oerzi's request to the Ain, because they don't care! I mean, I'm not 100% they're gonna be on the moon. That's metagaming from the promotional material. But they're gonna take their arc and yeet it to somewhere that they're not going to be bothered by the fact that the planet is gonna be destroyed. So it's probably the moon. Like, this is the next closest thing to the planet. It might just be space, though. They might just make a fucking space station. I don't fucking know. They might yeet it to another shard of the source. They might yeet it to another dimension, but, like, clearly they're doing an arc thing, and the Endwalker promotional material metagaming is to the moon. I'm gonna ride that GameStop rocket all the way the fuck up. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import. Oh, I read this whole thing already. Never mind. Boy, I hope I'm wrong and I'll feel stupid and I did not. You can't predict the entire story in the level 80 section, but we'll see. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the forum and the commitment of all of its resources? This is just the Outer Wilds DLC, but with a combat system. Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should pick the Ishtolan crowd for a moment and see what they think of this. Problem is, if I send Bokoblin out to harvest silver, he's gonna get no XP. I almost forgot to click my Aether Compass thing. We should, if this... Interesting they're split. But if this follows Shadowbringers, which I have no reason to believe it won't, this expansion is Shadowbringers 2.0 copy-paste edition so far, we will get 5 Aether Currents. And then we will get 5 Aether Currents when we return to this zone at level 88. That's 5. And it looks like that might be holding up. It looks like it's holding up. Yep, next closest one is in there, in the 88 section. I do kind of wonder how much of the fact that this is just Shadowbringers 2 is COVID related. I literally just started this game 3 months ago, so I have immediately recently played through every expansion back to back to back, and there have been massive changes in every one of them. I feel like I'm gonna be a broken record that just keeps saying this, but this is the only expansion that feels like it is in all ways an exact copy-paste of the previous one. Even down to the first quest is like, which of the two front halves of a zone would you like to go look at first? Whoa, Black Betty, Amarang, or Calusia? Go get 5 Aether Currents, and then we'll come back at 77, 78, mop the rest of it up, and you'll get flying. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville, then? Yes, I did. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case that's not where the quest is going to be. The rest of us will go ride ourselves out so you can have a private conversation with her when she is inevitably in the place where she was last time. Hee. Whoa, Black Betty Amarang was pretty good. I wish I could take credit for it. I wish I could. Because it is kind of a fucking banger of a joke. What I should have gone with for Calusia was Fat Baby Island, but I couldn't think of something fast enough. So I just called it Fat Baby Island. I'm a little stapled to Warrior because my Retainer's level is gated by my Warrior level. But I might be grabbing a different class once I get this to 80. I don't know if I'm going to be main and warrior this X-Pack. Fuck, can't I Nascent Flash? Okay, I need to go read Nascent Flash, apparently. I don't know what's changed, but I can't use it. Pretty annoying business. Why can't I fucking Nascent Flash? Whatever, we'll look at it in a minute. I think that's some stuff. I used it in the last Fate. I'll take one. Smacks going. Die, lunch toads! I really do not notice this coming up now that it's not fucking flashing anymore. I miss my flashing upheaval button. I like my brightly flashing upheaval button. So I can now use this like every other class does. That is just, I smash it when it's on cooldown for a little bit extra damage. Alright, let me go read why I can't push this button. Okay, it's Nascent Flash itself, Nascent Glint to become party member. Did this change? This looks like it's the same thing.
Welcome, Squidling.
Raw
to the
intuition
Squiddy
became
Pool.
self-Nascent Flash. Oh. I must literally have fat-fingered and hit raw intuition. Oh yeah, this, okay. I see. I know Nascent Flash had the thing where it got cast on a party member before, and I never once used it in my life because it was too much trouble to target a party member and use it, and I was too lazy to make a macro. Posterior 69, 31 months in the pool. You with the shiniest squidling. So Flash, you have to cast... How? On a party... I must have fat fingered to hit raw intuition. That's actually cool. Because the fact that that gives 10% DR, I believe that's the first real tool Warrior has if they're not main tanking. That was the big thing Warrior we had literally shaken off. Like, that was the big thing Warrior was lacking, was anything to do if we weren't main tank. And that's an off-tank button. We have an off-tank button now. I can give you 10% DR for 6 seconds. And that's not awful. Because you can throw that on him, it mitigates the tank buster a little and helps heal him up afterward. That's not the worst. I noticed that they have halved. Obviously, it now heals us too. But they have... It's a fixed potency now. Hold on. It's not you heal for the damage anymore. Ah. We can't inter-release Nascent Flash and become invincible for 8 seconds anymore. Rampage Nascent Flash is no longer second home gang. Also, boy, would you look at the time. It's time to remove more synergy between the warrior abilities. Raw Intuition and Nascent Flash now don't interact with anything. No thoughts. Head is an empty fucking freeway. I hate this. I hate every single change this class has gotten in Walker so far. I hate them. Not because they're buffs or nerfs or whatever, but because they have removed absolutely any inkling of interesting mechanics the class had. It's like every possible interaction Warriors' skills had with each other that allowed you to have tools to like use multiple abilities to address situations has been removed. And now every single button that you have interacts in a complete singularity vacuum, separate from every single other ability, and none of them interact in any way. Literally down to the fact that Beast Gauge has more or less been removed from the fucking game. Oh, dearie me. What's up, buddy? Nice, sweetest shaggles. One of the Arcan's precious samples just fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies, I'm an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen just escaped. The young troll, to be specific, I hope he hasn't been set upon by local predators. Listen, I promise to pay you with an Aether Current, which is the only reason you're talking to me. Can you please help me get the troll back? I'll continue my search of this area. Can you check the 33rd facet, please? Once you've had a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon. Archeon is... Archeon is on the way out. Okay, so this is a quest that you do on the way out. So let's go talk to Kryl first. Just building growing tens expansions. Yeah, this is... I don't enjoy how Warrior plays at all anymore. They literally took away every bit of the class that was interesting. I also said that about Gathering, and I stand by that. But then they started... The first ability I unlocked at 81 Mining. Kryl, are you here? Yeah, there you are. The first thing we unlocked at 81 Mining was an interaction with Gatherer's Bounty that made it a little bit more interesting. So maybe the abilities we'll get from 80 to 90 will make Warrior great again. But currently, I literally cannot imagine how you could make the class more boring. There is not one single interaction between their abilities anymore. What you doing there?
For you, the spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Talking to God.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh. You got a phone call from...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
This is the good God, right? The one who's now
After
possessing
Minfilia's
children to talk to
sacrifice
us.
on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish.
5,000%
to
tempered.
what you will.
We are 5,000% tempered. 10,000,000% tempered.
Test and proof of your conviction.
You're free. Go do what you want. You're free. You can make your own choices. You do whatever you want. I'm not forcing you to do anything. You're free. Go live your free world life, free man. You're free.
See beyond
Ain't nobody
despair.
controlling you. You're free to do your freedom.
Walk free and bear the light for others to follow.
Okay.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end, blinding and radiant.
I'll just put this in the bag with the several hundred rocks I find. It'll be fine.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far
Be free
away.
and go spread your freedom to others. I'm not enslaving anyone. I say as I literally possess a person.
My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
I'm sticking with my prediction I made in like 5.2,
Even with my particular
5.3.
talents, though, I was unable to make a
Alright.
connection at first.
Hydaelyn is the final
so
boss.
weak and tenuous it was.
Asians were
Once
right
I took
all
hold
along.
of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself.
Keeping my horse
Needless
attached to that
say,
cart for now.
It seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Yeah, pretty sure we find some Pikmin. They can turn those into more Pikmin. Is that a thing that we need? Do we need more Pikmin?
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
No. We've done a few things wrong, I think, already. Oh, hi, Dadano.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
I'll fucking
Obstruction and suppression.
lie to his
apparently.
face. You're not good at it.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Well, if you phrase it like that, obviously it sounds bad.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
They were pretty fucking obvious looking.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I
just want to find out about you. I want to find your moon boat.
Should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Yeah, your moon arc.
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign
We've done nothing
elements
wrong!
in
You
our
entered the
midst.
city under false pretenses and infiltrated a known restricted area. Okay, but we've done nothing else wrong!
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city.
Vaporize
As for
yourself
your
in a live stream.
absent companion, he has already been detained.
Who?
Graha!
All right.
But
Number
why?
cat. Oh, who the fuck else do we
Is
bring?
reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section.
Oh, number cat! Come on, man! That's on him. We did not encourage that.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an
That's not
opportunity
him.
to
He's
open a
not with
dialogue
us.
the
Look, I
Forum.
don't even know his name. I've been calling him Number Cat since Realm Reborn. I barely know that guy. I don't hang out with
Silence
Makode.
is often one's best defense.
Except Stola.
I would advise against prolonging the
She gets the
proceedings with
cat
frivolous
pass.
discourse.
Have you considered just not keeping the restricted books in the same
enough.
library as the
This
unrestricted
is not
books?
the place for debate.
Have you considered
The
putting
rostra
those
awaits.
somewhere else? Are you gonna force walk me out of here and make me walk all the way back down to the Aether Current quest? Because I'm gonna be pretty upset if you do that.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
So I'll walk all the way back down there later to do that quest, I guess.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Hi, Barney.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such
Why do these two have to
urgency?
wear hats? Everybody else has a stupid hat on. Is that the main character privilege to not have to wear a dumb hat?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance.
Because you're building a moon arc.
Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken
They're
it upon
level 2
themselves
council
to
members.
interfere
They don't have to wear a
with our
stupid
work.
hat. Because then you couldn't identify them as main characters.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Well, like
These militants
two-thirds of
wield
the Scions
influence
of
with
the
both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. loose in our city. These warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Well, I know you're not going to do it because you let me attune to your Aetherite, so we're not like Yulmoring here.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Stupid idiots, you overplayed your hand. You wouldn't have let me use the Aetherite if you were going to ban us from Sharlayan. Holy shit, she took her hood off.
Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
She took her hood off and she somehow
Even
looks
if
more
this nation
ridiculous.
Closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of
I was
this
not
star
expecting the giant
back
pink
against
ribbon
the coming
ponytail.
doom.
How do you look more ridiculous without the cat ear hood?
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay
I
waste
can't believe I'm
to
saying this,
all
but the
we
hood
hold
makes
dear.
you look old. It
In the
does!
face of such madness,
She looks like an actual
Eorzea
toddler
reached
now.
out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your
Hey, it's the scene from the
momentous
trailer.
duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Oh, wait, that guy doesn't have a hat on up there. A couple people don't have hats on.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
I was a frog.
Then it seems your
Don't have a hat on.
findings support my own.
I don't know how they're gonna wear a hat without cutting holes in it. He doesn't have a hat on. So not everyone has a hat on. They gave a couple of random people the hat
The
pass
reason I
so that
visited
the
the
two main
restricted
characters looked like
shelves
super
was
weird.
to study records of the forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however,
I do like that
I'm
it's,
more
yeah, they're just
attuned
letting
to the
us.
subtleties of governance.
Can we have a
and so
moment
I
to
noticed
discuss the
something
proceedings? The defense would
odd.
like to prepare its arguments. All right, huddle up, lads.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
But that line made you feel real smart, huh?
The most conspicuous.
Can we have a
and
trial by
telling
combat? Ishgard usually does that, and they go pretty well for me. Hey, you want to fucking scrap?
An oversized storehouse,
Anybody?
an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and
I've been through like
archival
4 of those by now.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus
Trial by
acquired
combat, the
were
country of
funneled
nerds.
into
It's gonna go
further
great for
improvements
me.
to the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal
Is their
sea.
arc going into the ethereal sea rather than the moon?
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Oh, did it just enable space travel so that you can go to the moon?
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
Whoa. A little sus.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital
amount of
work
sus.
and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
This is the scene from the trailer, because those were the words she said.
Misguided zeal.
But then she stormed off all sassy like.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania.
So call it a draw!
Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
No, that other guy in the back doesn't have a hat because he's also a main character. He has a name. Never mind.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather.
Yeah, I figured he was a main character by the fact he didn't have a hat on, but
Honestly,
I thought he didn't have a
discussion
hat to
devolves
explain
into
the
some
main characters
interminable debate.
not having a hat.
Terrible habit.
He's just
Let's
also a main
return
character.
to the topic at hand.
He has his no hat license.
By their own admission, these Scions have
So that bunny
resolved
lad's
to
probably
fight
also
alongside
a
the
main
Eorzean
character.
nations against the doom which swift approaches. For there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Thank you, Mount Champagne.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
Thank you, Mount Champagne.
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
You just called everyone in this room children. This
Now,
man!
If we're to
Shoot!
quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Opening fire on the fucking Senate floor.
Order. We will have
That guy's
order.
like, did he just call me a toddler?
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
Get fucking wrecked.
Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply.
She
with
actually
these
looks like a
restrictions
toddler with her
will
head
result
down.
in the immediate expulsion.
Like, look at her
of your
mentally
Scion
exclude the
associates.
jacket. Just the blue shirt and her head and neck. She looks like an actual child. Like, obviously,
Let us put
Lalafels
this
are all
judgment to a
small.
vote. All in
But they
favor?
don't really look like
Raise your
children.
hand.
They look like Lalafels. They look like a distinctive thing. Kryl actually just looks like a child. Seriously, next time it's got a good shot of her, mentally exclude the jacket. Just look at the shirt, under, and her neck and head, and she
I
looks
count
like a fucking
51
toddler.
for and 48 against.
Jesus
The
fuck.
proposal is passed.
This dude is a math wizard. He just looks around the room.
Students,
All right,
Scions,
317,
you have
good.
heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the
It took you 5 seconds. Look at her.
Honored members, I thank you
Not
for
a
your
great
time.
shot for it.
This inquiry is
Wait till there's a shot
concluded.
that's closer. Do you think it's uncomfortable for Mikone to sit on their tails? We got a couple more main characters in the ranks that haven't been revealed yet, who are of the No Hat clan. It's another white-haired dude who looks a little younger, and then the Black Bunny. Well, I guess we'll do this shit, like, when we go back there later. Because there's no real rush on it. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance. Fuck, I said it. They got me. I was just reading. My new class identity removed all of the thoughts from my head. I was just rolling my proverbial face across this literary keyboard. Which I guess is just a keyboard. They finally got me. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital it takes precedence over his own family? It's so obviously an arc. Boomst. If you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mom? Mommy say, at your service. You fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't want to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Dado that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking of my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Dado are not on the best of terms at the moment. And I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex, and Gan, it's time for you to go do the other front half of the zone. I'm not sure. Gan, what do you think? Gan? The Ganondorf? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. I'm mostly quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. If Dado comes home and you're here, he's going to beat the waitstaff again. Morale is already at an all-time low. We can't have him beating the slaves more. God, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to their own house. And she was gone. And with her any opportunity to protest. Okay, look at her. Look at her. I know it's hard, but mentally exclude the entirety of the jacket. Just look at the shirt and the neck and the head. This is a 6-year-old child. This isn't a Lalafell. This is just a first grader in a raincoat. Yes? Oh, Lalafels still look like children to me? They don't really. Lalafels don't look like children. They look like Lalafels. Like, you say they look like children as a joke, but Cryo literally looks like a 6-year-old human child. Most of them look like Lalafels. Like, it's a different thing. The Lalafels look like kids to me, too. I think most of them just look like a Lalafel, personally. I apologize. Mommy say is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad. Relieved, even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Gan? No, it seems we'll have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you come to our house? I can't leave this. My brain will implode. I can't just leave this. I'm not strong enough. I have to go do the quest. I possess not the power to ignore this quest. You've lost sight of your child. I love the way this is phrased. That literally makes it sound like you're escorting children. You've lost sight of your child. Oh no. Your kid got too far away in Kmart. Head back to the front desk if you want to make an announcement over the PA system. Look, the echo is rare. Science gotta take what they can get. 6-year-olds included. Since that might offend people and break child endangerment laws, they're gonna call her a Lalafell and no one's gonna say otherwise. Anathema Acer. That's a name. Hey, nice to meet you. What's your name? Anathema. Like a heresy? Okay. Were you an accident? Were your parents super upset about you being born? Everybody seen a baby troll? This isn't purple, so I'm not gonna get jumped. Just continue. Unattended toddler in Limsa was onto something. They were wise beyond their years. Their tiny child years. Go do stupid giraffe shit in this direction. No, still not a forced fight, but I'm gonna have to fight this guy to use it. Experiment. Okay, it does. It's not. Oh yeah, it is. Never mind. I thought for a moment it wasn't No Thoughts Head Empty, and there were literally any decisions you had to make while playing a warrior. I let myself get excited. Because I thought it was you had 3 charges of Beast Cage actions. This is honestly, on top of everything else, just a fucking horrifically worded ability. I thought you had 3 stacks, each allowing the use of Beast Cage actions without cost. And guaranteeing all attacks are critical and direct hits. So I thought the goal was to, when I saw these 2 crit, was to use as much of the 15 seconds as possible while still getting your 3 fell cleaves in and critting your 1, 2, 3 and upheavals, but no, using any ability takes a stack. I had the last desperate hopes that Warrior had one single mechanic. It doth not. Not a 1. Not one mechanic to be seen. But the last local streamer loses last bit of hope he didn't know he still had. I see. I wasn't able to find a specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let's head there and see if we can track it down. Where's? Oh, just like right there? Okay, fair enough. Off we go. Yeah, you have to hit 3 buttons at some point within 15 fucking seconds. I guess the only possible thought, and again, local streamers still clinging the last little bit of hope that they didn't delete every single mechanic Warrior imagined to have, is that you want to make sure that you don't have to use Onslaught during the 15 seconds or before you've popped your 3 things. Because Onslaught would eat a charge. It's not a Fel Cleave, but I'll bet you abilities don't eat charges. Huh, I've uncovered the specimen's trail. Should be close. You found it under threat from the local fauna. Kill them to death until they die. Here's a fight. Let's go find out. This is making me glad I chose Little Paladin as my tank. I'm sort of stuck with Warrior forever because my Retainer's level is tied to my Warrior level. I wonder if I have to fight these. Let's see. Nope. Abilities don't consume a charge. Zero mechanics. Warrior does not possess one single mechanic. Time to swap mains? It sure as shit is. I'm gonna get Warrior to 90 so that Moblin doesn't have to worry about it. And I think then I'm gonna main Dark Knight. There is not... Warrior literally does not possess one mechanic. They removed Beast Gauge management, they removed Sinking Upheaval cooldown with your Rampage, they removed Nascent Flash Rampage for big healing. They even removed the concept of making sure that during your Rampage, you could Fel Cleave every GCD and get as many as possible in there, because now it's just, make sure you land 3 of them within the next 15 seconds, I guess. Like, they have literally removed every single mechanic of the class. Every ability exists in an independent bubble, and no 2 of them interact in any way. You don't need to worry about Beast Gauge for using your Gap Closer. You don't have to worry about charges, because you got 2 now. These things talk. Archeon is under threat. I must do something! Arr. The fuck, these things talk? Ah, you understand me? Wait, can you talk to him? Yes. Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before. This little bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. They I'd seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. I think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you're able to understand him and I'm not. I'm the protagonist. It happens. There goes the Endwalkering. Pretty good, other than the fact that they took Warrior out back and shot it. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to... the way your kind do. Well, I suppose it makes sense you understand my general sentiments. I understand your exact vernacular, Nugget. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archeon. However, honestly, that buffoon is surrounded by a sea of knowledge. Makes no effort to engage with it. Ah! What did he say? At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon's in grave danger. Some marvelous gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're going to cause irreparable damage to the materials of the facility. I tried my best to tell this stupid idiot, but it's no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. What is he saying? Does he love me? He says you're a fucking moron and woodworm's about to eat the Archeon. Oh, dearie me! Said it was most courageous of him to try to solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort the pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems mom's ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. I do as the quest commands. Wish you the best of luck. What is that? Oh, it's other. I wish you the best of luck in your adventures. The quest no longer commands me. I'm Moblin. Or Bokoblin, rather. Just to double check. Oh, this is actually a great menu now. Yeah, I need to get him... I need to upgrade my mining gear so I can give him the script gear or make him... or buy him some base level stuff here. We'll get there later. Yeah, he does need to be 81 to do anything, so... if I give you quick exploration, you will get 900k. Silver ore is pretty low level. If I give you silver ore, you will get quite literally nothing. You will bring me back 50, but you need to hit 81 first. First objective is you hit 81.
Squidling, to the squidding pool.
Second objective is you get me silver to make high diamond
R.I.P. Warriors. Hopefully they didn't ruin Dark Knights 2 or you'll end up playing Black Mage.
Falcon Punch, 72, 72, 62 months in the pool. You were the shiniest squiddling. At this point, I'm going to play probably Dark Knight because, I mean, it fits the Ganon fantasy the best anyway. The only reason I didn't main Dark Knight in the first place is because it just felt like it was shittier Warrior. But now Warrior is so shitty that I don't care. I'll play Dark Knight for the flavor. Dark Knight literally cannot be worse. I know what fates I tempt. I understand what doors I open with this statement. But Dark Knight literally cannot be worse. It is not possible. Warrior makes 0 decisions. The worst possible thing is that Dark Knight also makes 0 decisions. You cannot have a class that has negative decisions. It can't be worse. So, I have not tried the other tanks, but I don't know. I'm not interested in either of them. I do generally like the sword and board flavor, and I might go Paladin someday. But we're Ganondorf, man. We got a Dark Knight. Why are you blue? You piqued my interest, sir. Huh. Hold on, this is the Lalafell?
Did my eyes deceive me, or are you Ganondorf? As I live and breathe, it is you! Ha! And I'll be the first to track you down. Who's the Guildship's top hunter now, huh? Wait, you have heard of Guildship hunts, yes? How's it different from the hunts? Okay, I know what this dude is now. Hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, I understand it? I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventure of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not! Speak with North Doha and the Paris style to register your interest in the early inconvenience.
Okay, so it's hunts with the new expansion. Fair enough. Let's get the hunts. I just don't like the flavor of Gunbreaker at all. Hi, I would like to join your hunt. Here you have Shire Custodian armor. It's good taste. It's good taste. I like to see it. Probably literally the only suit of armor in this game I can identify visually. Give me the hunts, please. I won't have heard half the creatures they send you after. Don't worry about it. Just delay bees, collect samples. Don't worry about it. Get paid. Yay! We have the new hunts. Give me your shitty hunting bells. I saw those. I get sacks of nuts. Ooh. Shit's gonna get interesting in this particular story. Okay. Chalk that one up as a minor spoiler from the hunting bills. But that's neat. I'm now interested in that. Make sure I understand it. There is literally no way to go down here other than to walk 100% of the way around and through the cave. Yes. Okay, well, I'm already here and I'm willing to do it. So we're looking for two things. We're looking for cotton balls, which are in the river. Yaks, which are in Milato, which is actually over here. Cotton balls are in Hatching Canal. I know I saw that. I know I saw them. They're actually both up here. I'm glad I looked. I thought they were in the river at the bottom, but it was the weird little hip hobbit things that were at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, warriors finally did get an off-tagging ability. What I'm complaining about is not the balance power or the viability of the warrior. What I'm complaining about is the fact that warrior now makes 0 decisions. And my fucking damage buff is still taped to my combo 3. Fucking die. If you're gonna gonna take everything that could possibly be interesting away from me. Could you at least take the damage buff off my combo 3? I win? I won. There's like a pop-up of some kind. Is that base mount speed? Sure is. Base mount speed, also known as I'm literally not confident it's worth mounting up because I am not 100% convinced it's faster than walking. Mitato is down below. I'm just very, very dumb. Well, we'll go over to this real quick. Hit that, and then we'll aetherite again and go down. I think this is slower than sprinting and slightly faster than walking. So if you wanted to min-max, I think what you would do is this. I literally think sprinting is faster. Mount speed in this game is an actual sin. I don't think I can get there before it's done. Fates get annihilated because everyone's there. Everyone's here, rather. Bring him out back up. That's probably min-max. I think it might be the same speed as sprinting. I'm not sure. I think we get... we'll get to participate. We'll probably get to participate. It's gonna be a little close. Oh, no, we'll get to play. There's not that many people over there. There'll probably be like 45 when we get there. I see it. I can see it. Gather around me, warriors! Spin 1. Spin 2. Spin 3. And Rampage is over because it's charges now. No thoughts, head empty. Bonus spin! Excellent work bonking, everybody. Alright, so this is... Mitato is 10,000 miles away because it is... This is the path we have to go to get there. Is it worth walking to? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Am I gonna do it anyway? Fuck yeah, I am! I'm not here to make good choices. It's never what it was about. It's worth it to show everyone your cool mount. Just think how expensive Giraffe is. Giraffe was a pricey lad. I'm sure we'll unlock the ability to use these lifts on the return so that this place isn't actual hell to navigate. And right about the time that we unlock them, I imagine we'll have flying and it'll be a moot point. You know, here we go. I feel kind of bad about being on this, but I've been on the internet long enough to know that people are shit. And it's not a problem in WoW because WoW doesn't have a story and nobody cares. But Final Fantasy XIV does have a story. And all it takes is literally one person to decide to be a dickhead and like come back to the main hub and spam spoilers and fucking shout or say at the aetherite or whatever to be a stupid asshole. But this is just general without say, shout, and yell. And it has the NPC dialogue lines in it instead. I made this a while ago in preparation for the expansion. It makes it feel a lot more like I'm playing RuneScape. That is to say that this is a single-player game. What is this giant thing? Oh, it's a level 90 turbo hunt mark, obviously. I don't know what else it would possibly be. We're almost halfway there, chat. Almost halfway there. And then I can send Moblin back out again, probably. What poo-poo is this? But holy fucking what? How the hell did Bokoblin just quick explore an Exarchic? Teleport nothing? Teleporting where? Please direct me to where I can teleport that's closer to here. It's not my 1 Aetherite, because that's the one I came from. Wraithelmate. Fucking, of course, Bokoblin just pulls an Exarchic piece. The literal day they become valueless garbage. Why wouldn't he? Why would anything else happen? Might still toss that in the armory chest, because I am leveling a monk. Not horrible to have there for when I hit 80. I can see if it still has literally any value on the market board, but I'm sure the value of Exarchic has tanked to almost literally 0. Everyone's pants fell down. See, the secret's to wear full plate, and your pants are just part of your armor. They're hooked into your cuirass. Everything's interconnected. Pants can't fall down if it's all pants. Hello, Yaks, who probably dropped something that I need for Weaver. No thoughts on empty. Might as well use that for damage, right? Doesn't matter where in the global cooldown cycle I pop that anymore. Oh, they're dropping hella meat at least. Stop. It makes me sad that you have a cast bar for a move that does 1,000. Stop. Leave. I thought it was a fade up here. I got some meats. I'm gonna put that over here. Sure, I can prepare those into some kind of a regional delicacy. What's going on up here? I am getting hella distracted. Hi. Please, need your help. Our pastures are under siege by an acid-spitting mob of snapweeds. We gotta protect the sheep, or all that fluffy wool they've been growing will be ruined. Ruined, I tell you. All right, I'll cower here and you go kill everything. Oh boy. Oh, they're actually like going. Down the hole. That's how well this works. So well I can just giga spam my way through an at-level horde. Not terribly so far. Definitely cannot keep this up forever. But I can keep it up for a fucking while, I'll tell you that. Tank. The secret ingredient is tanking. Oh, that's going surprisingly well, actually. down, lads. Okay. We can still beef it. Which is interesting, because normally you get into a new expansion and shit basically fucking one-shots you for a while, and you can't actually tank anything, because you take so much damage. But I can beefo these guys. I can still beefo. I don't... Fixed raw intuition, I don't think is a nerf. It's definitely a nerf against single targets. But overall, I don't think it's a nerf. It just means you don't have to worry about stacking Rampage or your inter-release upgrades or anything. You just hit AoE into group, receive full health. I think that's actually all there is to it. Like, I'm gonna get Cure Potency 400 for every single dude I'm hitting. So, against a group, I think it is literally stronger than it was before. So if there were Doomsayers for Nascent Flash, a new inter-release, etc., I'm here to tell you that any talk of the demise of Nascent Flash has been wholly overstated. It is still Giga. It is still fucking mega healing me. I am actually tanking through an at-level horde in a new expansion, but I'm even a little bit under-geared for the previous expansion. It's a little questionable, for sure. We're doing it. I soloed his fucking fate. I will save you, little sheeplets! And that one sheep here that's not friendly for some reason. There's just one sheep who's kind of a dickhead. Fuck that guy. That sheep's an asshole. But I'll save everyone else. Look at that fucking healing! Look at that fucking healing! When it crits, the whole thing crits! Because it's not the damage of individual hits anymore! The whole fucking ability crits! Look at this shit! Dude! Like, I am not complaining about the power level of New Warrior. I'm complaining about the fact that it's very boring and has no fucking mechanics now. Warrior is as Giga Chad as it has ever been. More now. We have a real off-tanking tool, and holy shit! Raw Intuition is nuts! Raw Intuition is a straight upgrade in every way, other than maybe try like power level wise, other than trying to like solo a Fate boss. Because if you're in a dungeon / raid, you're popping Raw Intuition anyway, and you lost some DR, it's 10% instead of 20. But I mean, if you're comparing it to Nascent Flash, you actually get to use Nascent Flash in a raid. And in a big trash pull in a dungeon, it's gonna be way fucking stronger, and it's a tank cooldown. On top of giving you all of the healing. You lose none of the healing, giving it to yourself. The only upside of Nascent Flash is that you can give it to other people. It's fucking gigas. Downside, of course, it's worse in single target situations if you want it for healing, so like soloing, and it's worse as a defensive cooldown in dungeons and raids because it's half as potent. Which is a big hit. Half is a big hit. You're gonna fucking just... You're gonna kneel down, open wide, and just eat the tank buster. Now follow me, idiots. While I escort you to your own house. Warrior's now a himbo, strong and polite, but head empty. My warrior was a himbo before, but now they're like a level of himbo that's just depressing. Yeah, but all the extra damage you're taking in the tank buster, you can heal back after the tank buster because you also got the pop nascent flash. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone. My mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even, though that wasn't really our intention. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember going westless, leaning out of the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, shows up at that exact moment, pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Worried that I'm a stupid little bitch who's gonna fall over the side of the bridge like an idiot child. Possibly reasonably. Like, I like the power of the mechanics, I just... Oh, well, this is gonna be a thick cutscene. It's either gonna be a thick cutscene or mini cutscenes will play here. Alright, Mommy Say, bring me inside.
Welcome home, my lady.
Not creepy at all. I've missed you, slaves! The end of his character arc. In which Alphino is finally reunited with his slaves.
What? What are you gawping at?
Your fucking Giga Mansion? I've literally been waiting all day for this. The conclusion to a thrilling saga.
Makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Well, if the shoe fits, etc., etc.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have
blank fucking
there my
stare.
husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
You know they also answer to Dadino, right? He can just... I don't think you supersede him.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
It's really all the looks in their dead little eyes that makes it for me. Alright, go get your Christmas presents, kids.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
Your neck is as tall as your whole ass head.
I'm sure they withhold certain details, of course. If only to keep me from worrying.
You're like a giraffe person.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
She's literally getting sugar mom. She's been sending you all coin. She's the reason Alphino doesn't know shit about money. That means that he's the shitty rich kid.
And I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Are you hitting on me? Because I'm going to assume you're like 90. Well, actually, no. Her kids are still kids. She's...
Under normal
circumstances,
circumstances,
just the Ella's and white hair
offer you
thing.
Tea, but alas, these are anything but.
Given these circumstances, I'm gonna offer you sex.
Company whilst we await my children's return. Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Barmaiding can also be impactful if you know what I mean. If you get, do you get it? Impactful from the pounding. Do you get it? And that was how Ganondorf got banned from the Leveler estate immediately.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Mom, can we play Devil May? Can we get Devil May Cry? We have Devil May Cry at home. Devil May Cry at home.
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Ah, the shitty
Speak for
Dante
yourself.
look. Never goes out of style.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Dad, look, I'm gonna level with you.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
I couldn't confidently say what's changed. I'm gonna level with you.
Allow me, Master Alphino.
I couldn't. Hey, it's a sage weapon, probably. I couldn't confidently tell you what was different. Oh, you got the coattail.
Wait. Are these
magic sage guns?
The sage's tools of the trade.
Thank you.
They belonged to your father.
Oh, you got rid of the tie. You got rid of the dumb little tie.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles.
He healed them by
None so
just
fierce as
shooting
those
the
you
injuries
have
off
braved,
of his
perhaps,
allies'
but battles
bodies.
nonetheless.
Or something.
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Cauterization gun. Alphino's gloves look so fucking stupid that I can't look at anything else.
House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Seriously, look at Alphino's stupid little hands. His gloves are so dumb that I feel like I can't even mentally process the rest of his outfit. His gloves are just fingers. The gloves stop when it's knuckles. Look at it goes a little further down the front.
I am told
but it stops like here.
Quite difficult
look how
to
fucking
master.
dumb his gloves are.
But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the
looks
wisdom
way
in
worse on the
that
back of his
crystal
hand.
serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Why even put gloves on?
I promise.
They're just finger condoms!
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man.
I got cold
It was only after you
fingies.
were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance.
I like the
Secondly,
job
do
crystals are
not
full
seek
cannon
to
to put
best
Alpha
your
on
father
chase.
with
It's a neat
words.
touch she gives him a job crystal, but I mean, like, yeah,
Far better that you simply show him.
almost
Let
all the
him
class
discover
quests
the merit of your actions.
that I've done are
After they
very
cannot be
predicated on the
undone.
job crystal itself. Like, it's a very real thing that exists, your job stone. I guess half. Black Mage and Monk,
Oh, mother.
their job stones are very central to their class quests. Machinist and Warrior also just kind
We
of
shall
have
take
one.
your wisdom to heart.
So yeah, they're like
Thank
a
you again
canonical
for
thing
these
that you
gifts.
have.
And farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep
For it is
your
Nathan in the
friends
cutscene, she also
close.
physically gives him a Sage Jobstone. That is cool. I like that. I concur. Alice has a fucking onesie. I didn't realize from behind because of the jacket. She has a fucking romper. Like... Those aren't... They're not shorts. She just is... Both of their new outfits suck so bad. Like, look. Look. Look at this shit. What? You gonna come in here and defend rompers? Yeah. You even have one? No. Okay, well. I would though. If they were, come look at these fucking outfits. Look at these. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit.
Okay, well they're pretty bad.
It's pretty like... Look at Alphino's fucking finger condoms. Like what the hell? They're so bad.
It's like a sneak peek of the back of his hands. You know, like the boob slit or whatever it is.
He's got a hand boob slot.
Yeah, that's sexy and backhand cleavage.
They're both largely okay, but both of their costumes have like two such horribly fucking glaring designs that I can't, that like it ruins everything. Alphino's we'll go with knuckle cleavage, and the fact that Alice is just wearing a fucking leather romper. Like, I can't these outfits. They're so bad. It's the most clear and evident thing we've seen so far that indicates why I can't find a single glamour in this game that I like. Because of all the things Final Fantasy XIV does well that I enjoy, I hate every aspect of its visual style. I mean, like, the game looks pretty, that's not what I mean. A character design, let's go there. I hate every fucking aspect of its character design. Realm Reborn had like 3 to 5 pretty cool primals. It's not just fashion. Pretty cool primals, and we've been fighting Megazords ever since. We've been fighting fucking Decepticons ever since Realm Reborn. Every fucking trial's been a Decepticon or a dragon. What was the first trial in Heavensward? I literally can't remember. Dude, I have a duty finder for this. Megazord! You're a whale. I forgot you exist. Forgive me. Megazord. Dragon. Megazord. The closest thing to a female version of a Megazord there is, I suppose. The female, it's, I guess, mainly the main character. She's fine. Dragon. Tsukiyomi's awesome. I'll fight you. And then they did get better in here. We stopped being Megazords so much in Shadowbringers. Kind of a Megazord. But like, it's just been Decepticons or dragons pretty much all the way down. And it's a Decepticon, a dragon, or a female. Those are the 3 options since Realm Reborn. Seriously, Decepticon, or this motherfucker. Decepticon exception, Decepticon dragon. Decepticon female, dragon female. Female, Innocence was cool. Hades was cool. Decepticon. like half Decepticon. I'll give you half credit for Elidibus. And it's just, I just don't like the character design anywhere in Final Fantasy XIV. I am completely at odds with 100% of the character design. One of my favorite sets of armor that I've, like most of my favorite sets of armor that I've seen in the entire game, you can just hit the try-on button for most of the Armorer 1 to 50 gear, and it's some of my favorite shit I've seen so far. I just don't like the character design. And it's a recurring problem. The turtle armor is probably unironically some of my favorite looking armor we've worn, was the turtle armor. Although, full credit where credit is due, in most Memorpagas, I tend to transmog extremely low level armor. Because every Memorpaga unerringly descends into absolute fucking madness as they progress through their 47th expansion, and the only way to make the armor distinctive is to over-engineer every single possible aspect of it. Exhibit fucking A, these two's new costumes. So, I very generally tend to transmog extremely low-level gear in every MMO because it's before they completely lost the plot in armor design and it looks like anything. I'm pretty sure my warrior in Wildstar was transmogged with literally the sword that you start with at level 1. I'm pretty sure that was my transmog weapon in Wildstar. I remember that one because I went looking really hard through all of the warrior swords in Wildstar because I didn't want to transmog the sword you start the fucking game with, and I ended up transmogging the sword you start the game with because every other sword was like the level 50 Tombstone Allegan Proto Techno lightsaber, or it was a 50-part floating crystal abomination. So I just got a sword, and that was my transmog. Because it was a sword. Like, our visit was all too brief. I have a recurring problem also that I start a dialogue, go on a tangent, tune back into the game, and then click through the first text box without reading it because I'm already in the dialogue, and mentally I go to re-engage the dialogue, so I click and just skip a text box like a fucking smooth-brained chimpanzee. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home we carry with us. Gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Both of your outfits are awful and I hate them. Which I will give an exception. And there's an exception that is credit to this game. Most of the main characters, even as their outfits have ascended, have not gone to what the fuck are you wearing levels of 4th expansion. You've completely lost your mind. I think all the rest of the Scions look great. Shadowbringer Zurian J looks great. Shadowbringer Thancred looks great. Shadowbringer Stola looks great. I literally don't think Estinian has changed since he was introduced. So, it's not all-encompassing. The rest of the Scions and all their gear they got last expansion, they all look fine. Like, Thancred and Urian J, they look great. But you know why? They didn't over-engineer the fuck out of their outfits. They didn't commit this sin against God that is these. Thancred's a little, but he gets away with it by mostly just being a white trench coat. Urian J, fly as fuck. I seriously think you're wearing the same armor as you were when I met you. Stola's alright. I prefer Stola's old outfit, but it's fine. You looked at any of the level 80 raid gear? I have not, no. Enjoyed your time with levelers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but the new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. Now that you've gathered your MacGuffin here, off to Thavnir with you. Oh shit, I gotta send Moblin out. I'm 81 now. Moblin can have his XP and he can go again. Justinian's barely changed what little he's got. I know it sounds, and I'm terrible at this. But if you've been here for more than 5 minutes, you're aware that I exist to shit on everything you love. And also everything I love. Obviously, I've put... I've only had this game for 3 months. I have spent almost 1/3 of not my waking hours. All of my hours collectively. Since I downloaded Final Fantasy XIV with Final Fantasy XIV open. I obviously like the shit out of this game. But that's not my love language. My love language is utterly fucking eviscerating the parts of it that I don't like. Because that's how I communicate. I don't know how to express happiness. I was raised to be a sarcastic sack of shit by the internet in the early 2000s. I don't know how to express positivity. Alright, next zone, please. I'm gonna get water. That's not water. That's... Oh my god, these are the yogurt shots from the Korean barbecue. Neat. I have Carl's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetherite. What are the rest of you? Another sea voyage, a waste time we do not have. Carl was of the same mind, has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Okay. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda. Moonbreda was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath, the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice, and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. He's one of my mods, I'm pretty sure. Every time I look at an anime outfit with 30 individual pieces, I wonder how the fuck do you get dressed every morning? How long does it take you to change into this shit, Alphino? He needs all of his fucking estate slave hands to help him put his goddamn clothes on. Okay. So, chat, I have... What time is it? 6? It's 6 already. Not that this isn't for like, I'm going to stop. I'm not. I'm going to take a break and come back. I can't go super duper late tonight because I still have Pathfinder tomorrow. But I realize now the only thing I've had today is one fiber bar. And I'm fucking hungry. I was planning on the break I took at 2 or 4 making a burrito and eating it. I can make a burrito. I'm taking a break so I can make it. Girlfriend's trying to say things at me. I'm going to take a break. I might figure out a food situation. It might be a little bit longer than a traditional break because I might grab a burrito or something just to munch on so I can survive until after streaming dinner. Are you going to do the main story off stream or is all main story quest going to stream for Endwalker? I'm definitely planning on streaming the whole main story quest. Pending Twitch staff messaging me with a welfare check because they're concerned about my well-being, seeing as my analytics are telling them I'm clearly attempting suicide. I fully intend to stream the entire main story for this. So that'll almost certainly happen. I'm going to take what'll probably be my last break. I might go a bit later than usual tonight. You know, it's release day. We're having a good time. I have no hard stuck plans. I can't run this shit till 2 in the morning. Again, Pathfinder tomorrow is a big commitment. Sponsored stream and all. But I'll be RB. I'll be RB. Hello! Welcome back, everybody. I did tell you it was going to be slightly extended. And I have even worse news. The extended break was just making food. I still gotta eat it. So I'm hoping we can get a fat voiced cutscene, and I can just sit here and eat this burrito. I would really like this. It's not this, though. I'd really like a fat voiced cutscene. Oh, now this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. My associates have queried the students about Daisian. Seek passage to Thavner and understand that you can assist us. Oh, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a massive aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte transportation. But, what if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? And we're only going to use it this one time, for this one plot point, for some reason. Your earrings are literally aetheryte crystals. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. But long years we've labored to make this travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it! We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly! That changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must be pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Charleon, and the other in a port town in Thavner. As you know... Wait, 6? Is that 6? Are we at 6 as you knows? Our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razatan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So, to sum it up, we're to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident's impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherytes are made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. I do like your hair. Your hair's nice. A veritable dream come true. And far be it for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Those people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream. It's statistically unlikely, in fact, that something goes awry. But it's plain that you are most people. Ha! Mr. Squirrel truly knows how to pick them. Now touch the rock. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilfson and Mistress Bluida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to details. I see. Any other questions? No, touch the rock! I'm gonna die. This is the first dungeon. The first dungeon's just the live stream. You touch the rock wrong and just get fucking cannonballed. If it's like Shadowbringers, which it is, and Walker is Shadowbringers 2.0, the first dungeon will be instantaneously after our first 2 zone introductions. Swole Mr. Hitch.
Right, we're all set.
You sound like Grentilda's younger sister, and this cutscene's voiced. Burrito time.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavner.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please?
Can I get you to sign this waiver real quick? Details aren't important. Just go ahead and put your signature right here.
take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Is what? Tanker just dies. Whee! Off the western coast of Africa is what it looks like.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Ah, it's Arabic Switzerland.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
I intest Rianche just straight up dies.
Against such an insidious
He's dead, Jim. Oh, one less Scion.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you
in a
something to
fucking
drink.
fetal position.
It'll settle your bellies.
Dagger, that can't be
There
comfortable.
was a note with Kryle's
That can't possibly be comfortable.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. She's just fucking curled up on the floor. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? That was a perfectly timed cutscene. I exactly finished my burrito. Ariane is a white girl. Ah! Help! Estinian. Oh, Estinian, no! Estinian, don't talk to the Blue Goron! You there! I need 3 drinks. Something helps with aether sickness. Madam Ansura, a traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armalasi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By a way of warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low, low price of 19,800 gil! For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles! A bargain amongst bargains! Price is high road robbery. You want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and deny that the deal is fair. I'll deny with everybody else who's denying Estinian. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? He's trying to communicate. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir. I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly. For both of us. Very well then, your coin. Whoops, added a 0 there. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others to get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Coming. Fuck. I got bonitis. Sprint through the pain! Hurry on, Jay. Live. You can do it, buddy. Survive. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to Thea and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. Great time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet. Sweet release. You haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to go on with it. At last, he truly worked wonders. Pepto-Bismol. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've found it. 'Tis the most I can do against the heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnaranian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. This is nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. This guy spent 10K on one scrunchie. God. Estinian! God damn it! That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Does this seem a little ridiculous to you guys? I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, and usually so. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Razathan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. Oh my god, they're elephant people. What the fuck? It's an elephant gorilla Goron. In the beginning, there were the Arksadara, a Matonga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. My friend group calls this foreigner tax. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants in a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. Not to lose by learning more. So, here we seek out Krau's acquaintance. Shall we see what information we can gather here in just a little bit? Excellent! Didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. I got a beverage. Any human garbage. Hold on. Is it truly so amazing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it. A functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Kyrigians removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. I thought we were gonna bully him about the pricing, but okay, he's gonna give me the history of his fucking ponytail. Right! Let's split up and make inquiries in town. Gan, click on the peer NPCs. I'll go click on the ones further inland. Regroup by the 8th rate. Off-putting the side of it, maybe. Hi. You sell things. I can sure get a lot of things. Crate of fruit. Crates laden with fruits, but they're on the verge of spoiling as if they've been left too long. Ooh, it's Beetle's little trade boat. Well now, if it isn't a traveler. You're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared under an air. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We'd still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host. Our business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. Very forthcoming little merchant, thank you, I appreciate you. So I assume something happened with Summoner that makes them keep their shitty carbuncles out again. Because literally everybody has the, like, dumpster carbuncle out. Like the level 1 carbuncle. Something clearly has happened in the Summoner community. Marshmallow, you're not carbuncle. You're Marshmallow. I don't know why, but I said that and he came fucking rampaging towards the front of the cage. That's not you. You're a rat. You're not a level 1 carbuncle. You're a rodent. You rodent. Easing out from the pier. It's by boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports, there's very little activity. He's a rat with a dream of being a carbuncle. Someday he's gonna grow up and digivolve into a carbuncle. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. I hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible. But I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you can pay Kalzal a visit. Be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Yeet. He heard R and assumed. That's very. Maybe he just responds to that hard R. You know what I meant. Hello. The Damaskins aren't coming. We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know. Yelling at me isn't gonna help. All I know is their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's this tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, and we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Oh, this is gonna be an enormous loss! Do you know how much fucking money I'm gonna lose? Alright, fuck the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. And fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hunnish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed! Look, I know all these things, Carlson. I do. Which is why we're going to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And who the fuck are you? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant! No. I see. It's a damn shame. Sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, talk to somebody else. Hold up. Elephant Man voice. I got you, fam.
My name is Matya. I'm here to see Carlzo. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then.
What a sad pachyderm. No, come back, sad elephant man. I wonder if... I can see it because he's so big. I wonder if he's gonna start a cutscene. And then reveal he has a hilariously high-pitched voice.
Yes? Can I help you? Oh, yeah, I remember seeing you back in the guild 8 seconds ago. You wanted to speak with Kozl too, did you? I'm Matya, fisherman of Agali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kozl, who offers it to foreign merchants. But he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I got worried and came to see him. As soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man. I dare not disturb him.
What a nice elephant. What a nice elephant, man. He's so polite. Those are horrible. He's such a polite lad.
If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Will you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kozl, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So, as silly as it might sound, will you sell the fish for me and show me how it's done?
Look, dude.
If you're willing, please let me know when we get at one.
What a nice elf man.
You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? Right. Please try peddling my fish to, let's say, 3 people here in Yellowdale. I will observe you and learn.
Okay. I am a fishmonger. I am a fishmonger. Look, they tried on this partner system, okay? They didn't try particularly hard, but they did try. A little. Like, they didn't put 0 effort into it. They put like 2 effort into it. Ah, yes? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you, too. I suppose well enough, given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back. Continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything too dangerous, huh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower. When more monsters emerge from it, I'll heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope to deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. For the days when you can earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied, you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not try some fresh fish today, my fine friend? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. I'll have you know I'm a world-renowned culinarian. I've scored the only perfect 10 on that one guy's judging contest thing. What do you bait me like that? How can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt.
Oh, man. I'm the best. I'm the best door-to-door fishmonger. Alright, come on, Max, you're learning from the fucking best here. I didn't get to become a world-renowned culinarian without the marketing to back it up. This is fucking swimming. Oh, Endwalker is great. Endwalker is a fucking S-tier gaming experience so far. Alright, bitch. Let's do it. A hogger, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If you do, I want to buy some Amra. Say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many Amra for, my fine fellow? Why, for eating, of course. It might seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By that same token, nothing's coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment's arriving from this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I feel myself constantly hungry. I sure know that feeling. Oh, thank you. Pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Fuck! That what? No! You don't just let that go, Ganon! You don't, that's your fucking moment! That was your in! You don't just walk away from that! Why would you walk away as soon as you get your foot in the door? But that was teed up as fuck! What, do you feel too fucking bad to push her? You can't have morality or a conscience in here. This is fucking field sales. Your job is to exploit the vulnerable and the socially awkward. And to pressure old people into spending way more money than the ticket price. You're here to prey on the fucking vulnerable. You can't just turn around because you feel bad because this lady's got a hard life. We had the perfect fucking setup, and the guy was just like, and we decided to go away. What is it? You don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh my god, my stomach. Ain't there sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I heard you get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. You know, it'll settle your stomach. You just ate. I think this is a send. This is a send. Fresh fish is good for that. Mine's the freshest of all. We descend. No, you continue. But he gives up at literally the first sign of adversity. Literally the first tiniest little hurdle. You just give up immediately. I mean, it's understandable. We're a mercenary. We are literally the world's worst salesman. If they don't come in the door saying, "Hi, I'm looking to purchase some fish," nothing we can fucking do. And we lose half of those, too. If we learn nothing today, it's that this is not Ganon's industry. Oh, I see the tiny... I was like, where is the objective? I see the tiny little orange circle. It's a much bigger circle in person. And this is probably our cutscene. I really want to know what this dude's voice is, but I don't think he's ever going to be voiced.
Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Managed to sell to somebody. You're really, really bad at this. You are literally the worst salesman. You gave up at the absolute first indication of any effort that was going to be required for the sale. I guess that's what it truly means to be a merchant. Give up immediately and put no effort into your livelihood. But still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for calls this soon. I thought I heard a... oh, this is called...
I thought I heard a familiar voice. Who should it be but Matsuya? Why wasn't he question mark, question mark, question mark?
Causal! Have you finished your business at the guild?
Ah, so you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. At this rate.
So, you can't buy my fish anymore?
I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am, but for now you have to peddle your own goods.
Wait, by myself, I can.
I want to help you. I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and families depending on me, and I can't, and won't fail them. Sisters is my witness.
Oh. No, not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road.
Saddest elephant in the world. Everybody here is just sad all the time. Why everybody so sad? So you've been busy? Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I met a sad elephant. I see. We also heard that the towers affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. As before, they mean to use the faith of the hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for Telaferoi. Ah, so the 83 trial is going to be the elephant primal. Nazi fellow you were helping. He's Arca Sodara, is he not? Apparently, it's almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is his perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arca Sodara will be their primary targets. They seek to summon the primal elephant. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall. Same direction as Quail's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while I make for the village. You enjoy new stuff? Yeah! The beginning of Endwalker is definitely leaps and bounds better than the beginning of Shadowbringers, where we spent literally 6 hours doing absolutely fucking nothing. This is much better. Weirdest fucking mount. Also a problem. By the extension to character design, I hate almost every mount in this game. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Hello! Ah! Wait, you were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nodham. I'm Ogle of the Katiyin. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I foolishly blundered into the den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they're slaughtered? Huh? Is that a... What is a Matanga? I lack critical... Is this a Matanga? This is an Arca Sodara. Does a Matanga just mean beast tribe? Is that their word for beast tribe? They're civilized elephant people. I do not doubt you word, but grandmother always warned me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast and far as you can. The tails were awful and bloody, and just on the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage to Nightmare Island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, until I meet with this Kana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage. Let's see what she has for me. Secondary city. Alright, so that's Yulmore. You expect me to believe that you are from the Turbo Warrior races of the Azim Steppe? Lady who's about to pee herself at the sight of a beast tribesman? Just hanging out, having a good time? Okay. Elephant man with an elephant plan. Even Fat Chocobo? Fat Chocobo is, like, trying too hard. Elevator to an art form. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga! Can you speak with her for me? How are you gonna work for... Hi.
Welcome to Yulmore, traveler. I am Kankana. It is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. May I have your name?
Ganondorf. But it's not for me, it's Cowering Girl.
Gan and Ogle, was it? Let me jot these down.
Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga?
Is she going to be okay?
I don't know, she's very scared.
An understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people.
Have I met? I've never seen an elephant person. Was I supposed to have seen an elephant person before? Because why is everybody talking like we've seen elephant people before? Why is this entire quest assuming that this is not my first time dealing with pachydermists?
You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the Troubles began. So I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do?
Fighting? I can fight? Unless you doubt my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself.
I don't know who the fuck that is. Why don't we start you on an escort group? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and as they send any prospective protectors their way, should I happen to enlist them.
What? Wait, they're already gone? Is the dude you have to escort them?
There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. Laid incense, costumes for dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste.
And these artisans you speak of, are they also Matanga?
It was an Arcasadara who submitted the request. Is that a problem, you fucking racist little bitch?
No, not at all. Nope. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Can I can't do this. But lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and I'll give you half of the Aether currents that I get. I do as the quest demands.
The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Live Ilaru to the west, and you should soon come across your employer.
Then dead as a rule meet. You'll find me there, yes? Please. Please don't leave me. Girl needs fucking help. She needs more help than I think I can provide. She needs Jesus. Out of curiosity, into Babamba High Durium Ore. Not far from here, it's near Akali. I want to harvest a bunch of that too. Not gonna make sure I get like a whole level or anything, but I will want a chunk of that. You win this round, a cliff. As you have won many more before. And will continue to win many in the future, I am sure. Stupid ass cliff. I can't get up that shit. I had tuned to this, right? I'm pretty sure I did literally immediately. I'm just gonna make sure. Just gonna make sure. Gonna keep the Titan this one for a while, I think. Don't worry. Oh my god, big ass. Oh, it looked like that elephant had an afro. With just how low its face is and the lighting, I thought it was an elephant that went Super Saiyan. And I was gonna say that's the coolest shit ever, but it's just a regular elephant.
Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous. Is she gonna be okay? She seems a touch shaken.
Of course. I should have thought of it before. I'll harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him being harmed. Perfect.
This is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wild. I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arcasadara? I've met such travelers before. But no matter, you can patrol the area instead. I'll do my own harvesting.
Why don't you just go do the quest for me? I like the music here. It's so happy. I'll get you in a sec. Are you serious? They win. real hard on the invisible wall separation. Look, I'm not a game designer. Obviously, I didn't code Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not responsible for putting this shit together. But this just seems like a really easy thought. If you wanted to do the thing where you have the 50-50 zones, and they are divided into the 80, like the early game version and the late game version, maybe in both of them, don't have the late game version, just be immediately below the early game version at the base of a really short cliff that in literally any other situation you can jump down with no problems. Maybe just invert that. Maybe just make the other one the higher up one. Not mine. It's okay. We'll kill them together. I will do my solemn duty as a tank. I will tank. There's some aggressive elements. They're very fucking angry. He just hit me with an ability called Rock of Ages.
You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task I failed to notice the literal 20-foot-tall elephants approaching. Still, my injuries are light, my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I can make it back to town in time to meet the others.
Thanks for the help, Ogle. You did great. Hi. What happened? Sorry, I blacked out for a minute there. Did you slay the beast? Was any a thing? I took the first one by surprise at the second. Knowing I have a tank stood at my back, my mind froze, and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me we should let fear wash over us like water, but these gonna interrupt my conversation. I'd love to read this, I would, but you coded it to be impossible, so. Oh, the props to this guy turning the enemy around when he realized what happened. He A, clearly didn't do that on purpose, and B, he literally turned it around immediately after it happened the first time. Thought it was just my mom. Turned out it was real elephants.
My colleague told me of his rescue, although we had hoped for an escort, or imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us. You have my thanks. Payment you can collect from Kenkana.
Right. I suppose we return to Kenkana then. I like this music. This music's nice. I think the elephant people have ever been mistaken for real elephants. Well, of all the beast tribes, these elephant people just look the most like an animal. They are exactly an elephant that is a little smaller and just hanging up on their, standing on their back legs.
As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavner rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan has thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue is timely indeed. Please accept your payment. Half each is agreed upon.
Here's half of an ether current. I need a summoning belt. I gotta keep my guys going. Experience on the retainers is paramount right now. Experience is what matters. It's hella unpaid internistan. That's gonna take you quite a few laps to get that level, but we'll get you there. Let me gear you up a little bit, buddy. much that I can do about Bokoblin. He's not going to have the eye level to do bigger things for a while. That just is the way that it is. But I can kit you the fuck up. I can get you suited. Go do a quickie. See you later. Bye. Alright, and before this becomes fucking insurmountable, hit some decents. Get some desynthesis skill. All these are remakeable if I want them. I literally already have blue sprint gloves in my closets. Give me some meats. Probably. Oh, I forgot to give the axe. I had to do that last because you can't pull the axe off of him. Alright, this is just throwing the trash garbage. You can't pull the weapon off of yourself or retainers. You have to swap it. Which means it has to go in the box, which is just kind of annoying. I already know this is trash. I've seen that enough times now. Alright, Boko, I want you to sell some shit. Fuck is a diaspore? It's pretty inflated right now, but they do sell at this level. They sold for 4K pretty recently. That they sell fairly commonly in big numbers too. Let's do this. Let's do 3 at 35, 3 at 35. What's this? That's garbage. That's not total garbage. They do sell here. We'll try 450. That's garbage. Fucking better that shit. What is a spirit extract? Trash, okay? This is probably trash. Ink's usually trash. Always trash. Sublime Solution was okay. Now trash. Trashida. Dwarven Mythic, I think I have a stack of those, but they're high quality. Yeah, I don't want this fucking low quality garbage. What happened here? The market has clearly been very recently flooded by literally all of this. These are extreme outliers. I'm gonna hit 1500. You gotta know when you're looking at an extreme outlier. It's like, quality sales, they were not, no. I've seen Prismatic Ink in enough times to know that one's poo-poo. Have a couple of these. Are these still worth anything? Also, this is probably one of the world's first normal quality Exarchic items. Exarchic items straight up don't come in normal quality. What the fuck? There's only one hole. Well, today I learned several things, one of which is you can sell stuff that already has materia melted into it. I didn't fucking know that. This is Bokoblin's domain, though. Or Moblin, rather. Moblin, you sell mats? I'm gonna try this. I don't think anyone's ever sold a normal... Like, no one's ever made a normal quality choker before. The two sales that were literally 210K were today. We're gonna try something completely... We're gonna Shoot for the absolute fucking moon. That almost certainly won't sell, and we'll have to adjust it later. I'll go through and audit their sales at some point. But the market is hilariously inflated. That price is egregious. But the market is so hilariously inflated that it might sell. Can you not use this again to go back to the place? This? Oh, it's you pick which instance here. Oh, good. Oh, it's sharded. So, okay, so that was a one-time thing. Sir, they cap at 999. You can't do that, that's illegal. There is literally no... That's not really a soft lock, but like you could literally get stuck. There is usually a mundane method of transportation. There is no mundane method of transportation to get here if you can't redo the Aetherite teleport. There is literally only raw dogging the Aether network. Usually there's a secondary way. Like if you want to go to, and I do this pretty frequently, if you want to go to Kugane, instead of spending $1 million, you can just take the boat from Limsa. Oh, use the Aether thing is in the experiment house? Okay. It's the Ranthalos. Hi, Marshmallow. Look at these rodents. Growers. What are you doing? I'm gonna look at these rats a tree real quick. Hold on. These rats are looking longingly like me. Guess I can put back there while I'm handing out snacks real quick. Have your attention, rodents. Dingus is too busy being a fucking hammock monster. He doesn't want any snacks. Being a weird little animal.
Welcome, Squidling, to the Squiddy Pool.
You keep fucking detecting this piece of shit. Cloud 75.
Can anyone direct me to the
JC.
check-in desk?
I'll show you in a month, my guy. You with the shiniest Squidling. Thank you for your continued support. Hell of a long time. Alright, please switch to a different current. Thank you. We appreciate you. This is just super the Barons. It's the purple Barons. I'm looking. Look at my eyeballs. I don't see shit. Nope. Voice, and it came from the north. I'll save you as soon as I find this Aether current. Hold on. Let me grab this shit real quick, and then I will go about the saving. I wonder if that's the first dungeon. Southwest. Oh, it's actually straight think it's a half-decent chance that's Dungeon Uno. It's funny to me that Dingus is the least food-motivated animal I've ever fucking seen. He will take treats, of course, if he's not doing anything more important. But he is literally not motivated by treats at all. And we've tried a ton of different treats to find something he would like. Dingus just does not give a shit about treats. He's busy wiggling the fucking hammock. So I couldn't get him to take any goddamn treats because he's busy wiggling the fucking hammock. About to become a fucking shit fiesta. Alright, cover. Fuck everybody in a circle. You're welcome, fellow adventurers. Have no fear. It's just me, Ganondorf. Here to murder everyone that isn't on the same team as me. Swing wildly.
Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here?
I see you found him in time. Hey, buddy.
You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came.
Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arcasadari were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city.
We've considered it, me and the others. But fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have.
Well, it's a good thing that's a fucking port city and you should stay there. That's your decision to make, I guess, but... Oh, we're not talking about the city we just came from. We're talking about, like, Rads at Han. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings?
Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to Elephant God. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities in the old tongue means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that only bring death.
To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature?
You've come all this way just to save us? Really? We had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller. I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. I suck at everything. Please come to my village.
What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akyali? Protagonist nod.
Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Off I go, walking all by myself again. Dum-de-dum, off to get kidnapped.
So, tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in that tower. I pray that we'll be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali! Would like a little, just a little taste of that there. When she was gathering food. I don't actually have a huge overabundance of gathering food, that's fine. I would like the taste of your, what's it? Your, high durium ore is what I was looking for. Be some shit. Added to my stack. Literally the only thing that comes out of this node. Gotta use goldsmithing supplies, realistically. I got some bangers on these beats, honestly. I really like the zone music in it so far. This, if absolutely nothing else, I can confidently say that so far, Endwalker has knocked Shadowbringer's music out of the fucking water. But Shadowbringer's music was absolutely terrible. So it's a really fucking low bar. And when I say the music, I mean like most of the zone music. Like the generic music. The individual boss themes and stuff were really cool, and it had some bangers for sure. But most zone themes sucked. Lahi, obviously, notable giant exception. The combat music sucked. This now. The combat music itself, like as standalone music, was perfectly fine. The huge fucking problem they had is that it has a, like, 50-second intro that just sounds like somebody having sex with an electric guitar with the gain at 130% before it starts making sounds that can be considered human music. And those of you at home who are paying good attention and thinking with your noggins would probably notice that that amount of time is a greater amount of time than your average random encounter in the wild. So you didn't get to the part of the music that was music. Which was just truly fucking unfortunate. And a terrible, terrible decision. What you doing, buddy? That's probably something relevant. You would literally like a skip forward 45 seconds button on the Shadowbringer's combat music. It's a fine song. It was designed by someone who had no concept of what they were trying to make. Like, hey, we're trying to make generic combat music. Oh, okay. So like music that'll be a good background for action? Yeah, exactly. Music that'll would still be good when you hear it for the millionth time. Like, yeah, exactly that. You know what we're going for. All right, music with a 45-second intro? No, that's... Wait, hold on. I think you missed a step here. Oh, he's gone. Keck. That's mud mining for me for now. 71% chance, Nulthul's Tidings, 1 of 4. That's about enough of that. Not like I was going for a level or anything. That's why I have a base of this so that I can make high durium ingots. That's only enough to make 11, so I'm positive I'm going to need more. What are these? 11 will only be able to make like 4 to 5 things. I'll definitely be back here.
Welcome to Akyali, friend. The name means white beach. There isn't much here save that. Please, make yourself at home. The companions have already begun talking to them. Do also that. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but talk to Kamka and Old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, just have this.
Staring very intently at a fishnet. What are you looking for, buddy? He's disappointed. He's disappointed in what he sees. Man. Maybe if I close my eyes for long enough when I open them, the fishnet in front of me will be less of a disgusting nope. Just don't make fishnets like the good old days.
You want to know about our gods? What a curious visitor. Most want fish. Okay. Now, I don't know where it is west of the Hail. Our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who are men, and the Murga, Murlocs. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed with great insight and experience. By heeding their teaching, strive to be better people, live better lives.
Okay. Even the really angry ones. We already have the RPers just fucking sitting on barrels and shit. Don't you have stuff to do? Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Ha! That's what I'd like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murlocs were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murlocs cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murlocs, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, we cut our own heads off and trade them. Okay. That's a interesting setup that happens there.
Hey, learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust? While you were off talking to the others, I remembered a thing. You could let your friends know I'll go get it out of the house.
I really want to see a fucking voice these guys. Scan's almost the size of the elephant people. Literal elephant people, I'm almost as tall as them. I'm just a giant monster.
Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities.
By all means, we should like to see it.
These are Medusa. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Senderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. Her right is the middle sister, Sanderuva, which is a different name from the first one I promised. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. On the left is Minderuva, the tiny toddler with knives. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these images, which people keep in their homes for good fortune.
Like fashion to the Manusya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murlocs, if I may ask?
Murlocs hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaj's head. He is venerated as the progenitor of Arkasodara because we have the same head as him. Then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history.
You worship dragons too?
It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzahan if you weren't paying attention the last 6 times he was mentioned, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid.
Dragon ally. Okay, well, Estinian's horny right now, but you're pretty okay. It's telling stories there, guy whose name I forgot. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower.
That is very kind of you. Thank you. I will pray for your success.
Right, this time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Damn, there's so much talk in this game. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is very much a story-based game. You get to fight, as you've seen, an average of 1 encounter per hour. Is usually about how the quests go. You've generally got about 1 combat per hour. It's more like a tabletop RPG than most video games.
Did you say you were going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, and those eyes.
Oh my god, shut the hell up. You horny fucking elephant bastard. It's literally pinging this one again, I think. Okay, so what else is there? Another thing up further up. What is this for? Is it goldsmithing? It's goldsmithing. Okay, so goldsmithing's lower level ingots. Ah, you are... What's goldsmithing's lower level thing? Oh, it's just the whetstones, actually. Whetstones and the high durium from the other thing. And then I'm going to need also ametrines. Fuck that one up a little bit. We kind of missed that opportunity, but it's literally on top of an aetheryte, so it's not a big deal. And Charlian rock salt is the new salt. It's going to be used in literally every single culinary recipe. 7.5 hours of stream, probably 7 hours in game. Dungeons done today, 0. I mean, that's the same as the start of Shadowbringers. Start of Shadowbringers had, I think, about 10 hours before the first dungeon. And this is pretty par for the course. We've fought probably a dozen monsters over about 4, maybe 5 encounters, and we've read text for the rest of the 7.5 hours. We have been live for about 7.5 hours. Yeah, 7 hours of playing. It's very slow, especially in the beginning. They still clearly have not figured out how to start a story. I would still say this is dramatically better. Dramatically better than Shadowbringers, where you sat there dick in hand for 8 to 10 hours doing fucking nothing. And at least there is like story and development and characters and stuff in the early game here while you're running around with your dick in your hand doing nothing. Warrior means you're not yet exactly until I get any other class leveled. They killed it. This class is dead. Like these guys. These are all warriors, probably. How you doing, buddy? You alive?
What happened here?
Well, stabbing, obviously. Or explosions, or poisoned, or a wide variety of things kill people.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Oh, they're probably just napping. Wake them up.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice.
They actually are. Okay, fair enough. They're just taking a nap. It's nap time. The sun went down. They tired.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Tired. That's a big fucking lance. Please don't hit me with it. You looking at my spear, boy?
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
How do you fit through doorways? He leans forward 90 degrees.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Are you guys making crack?
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
What, refining more effective crack?
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Dragon crack?
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
What?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Who the fuck are you?
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Sure. He's been warrior of darkness recently, but yeah.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
Are you guys okay?
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
I'm worried about you guys.
Curious that it concerns you so.
Curious, you're not answering the fucking question, child
But
smaller
worry
than the
not.
blade of my spear.
They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
Justinian's about to stab a child.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Instant transmission crackhead.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Justinian's about to fucking start stabbing.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
If he's not killing people,
Oh dear, your
we
poor
have truly
companion.
tempered him to
What with the
society.
new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are
He hasn't gone on a
little
murderous
giddy with
rampage yet.
excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl.
The
We
Azure
have
Dragoon
workshops
has been
across the
tamed.
nation
He's the
collaborating
House
on this
Dragoon
research
now.
But it is
He
here
no longer has
at
to
the
be an
great work where I
outside
collate
Dragoon.
our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
The crux of the situation is we have a tempering laser tower we're trying to forge. So we cured tempering Last time on Final Fantasy XIV-Z, we cured tempering by the power of flying pigs. And now Queen of Elephantitis here claims they're close to making an alchemical solution that just makes you immune outright. Why do I have a map? What? I literally just clicked the wrong button. How do I have a map? Did I get this because we did the portal the other day? The instance server crashed? That's the same spot. So it just gave me a map that's just a portal? Neat. We take those. I got a refund portal. Oh my god. There's so many people right here.
Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours.
Her Crowd herself is tied up with another investigation. Gan is an eminently capable substitute and will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions.
Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and that power is to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists to create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection.
Could such a thing be possible?
Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of Primus. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon skills proved to be the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the skills are highly resistant to destructive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing might come in.
Maybe just walk up to the tower and be immune and just test your things? I'm already immune, so...
Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later, and you will be venturing into the tower's field again. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course.
Shoot me. In that case, Irion J and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands.
We would be grateful for any assistance we can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. We will meet you at the top after seeing some preparations.
You gonna shoot me with a tempering gun? I don't want to get shot with a tempering gun. I'm already unhappy. I only have 2 here, right? Yeah, we're fucking hella missing Aether carrots here, but we've just barely started exploring. Yeah, this gun has the power of the gods. I don't want to play anymore. I've seen what the Admiral does testing shit with guns. I watched a dude die. Not interested.
I hope we didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The drunken Deepa. The Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you are ready. I will be observing from a safe distance.
Okay. Gonna do stuff with this little lamp now, I guess.
Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat to a safe distance if you are not the subject.
Oh boy. Follow the angry lantern. Is it gonna go here? Just a guess. Hit me. Oh. Okay. Please continue. The lantern. They were really excited about this new stand in the circle objective type, seeing as it's almost literally every objective so far that isn't talk to a person has been stand in the thing. It's a little weird you have to run away, considering I'm the target. I wonder if that's some kind of a strange coding limitation. My initial thought was they couldn't figure out how to spawn the circle if you were already in it and not have issues with you having to walk out and back in to have it register. But I feel like there's already been times where a circle was spawned underneath me. Oh. I was wondering if I could just stand further away and have it just go. We're getting fucking cum blasted. It's working. I'm getting aethered or something. I've been aethered. Did it? Whoops.
Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist.
Okay. We did it. Ran in a circle and a lamp jizzed on my face 4 times.
Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. Let's go. Let me take the keeper off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether from when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. When you've exhausted our stores for a key ingredient for it, spirit meat. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest them. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course.
Sure. Would not be the first elephant I've escorted to the hills for safety.
Maybe you're dead. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work.
Okay. Okay. I would profess that, the other zone probably a little better so far. I think I was a bigger fan of the Charlian questing experience than I was the Thavnair questing experience. This Which is interesting because this definitely seems like it's more main quester, but this is like the time waster 10,000 Tron.
Hey, maybe simply imagining it. The are being followed. Look out again!
Oh no, dickheads. Wizard, fuck this guy. Hate wizards. Bonk! Problem solved.
Oh, it's give me a friend. The thing is, the moment I ventured outside the safety of the fort, thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope.
Did you not see what I just did to those people?
Good, good. Let's continue on then. Isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise.
I did unspeakable things to them. They are a new kind of dead the world has never experienced. They aren't just dead. Their existence has been scrubbed from the genealogical record. I hit them so fucking hard. I am kinda gonna miss you, Felcleave. But the rest of this class sucks fat donkey balls, so I think it's time I move on.
There we are. Ajaya's footsteps. Ajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, but you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is the spirit weed grows here in abundance. It was said about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't likely to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Well, I think the bigger problem is the giant Mechatron chameleons that are 17 feet tall and walking around just straight up everywhere. I'd be way more worried about the chameleon Mechatrons than I would just some dudes. Some dudes is nothing. I can fight an unlimited quantity of some dudes. There's a destination behind me. I am a guard. I'm guarding. You guarded. Good job. I got you. Oh, voiced.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Surprised your giant trunk does not obscure your, Why would I... Have I missed something that would have made me distrust the satrap at this point? Tell me about him. Tell me a story. Tell me what you know.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces.
You're skipping
Together,
like half
they
the letters in the
war
back
like
half of that
Gajasura,
word.
forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And
trying to
ever
steal my
since,
lawn?
a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise,
fucking colonizers!
Who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I know Simrad's at Han is like the Yulmore of this place, and that it'll be like the secondary hub with the script merchants and the tombstone traders and shit. Ah, Larkin. I was wondering when the plot was gonna show back up.
And what do I find?
It's been a hot minute since the plot. It's been all of Endwalker so far. It's been zero of the actual plot, but here it is. Larkin's back.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's
I almost wondered
name?
if he just fucking offed himself.
Oh, something. Owe? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Well, good of you to check in, Larkin. I almost forgot that we had a main story. It's been so long.
I have enough spirit for it to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we?
Meow. Yeet. Yeetus. Everything the English translation team's like, what word can we make just to make things more confusing? I feel like every couple cutscenes they get bored and just open up a thesaurus and start looking for, or a dictionary and start looking for weird words. And we're like, ooh, I want to get this one in the next conversation.
Gad, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude.
$1,000. I was really hoping to finish both the two like introductory areas, but holy shit, there's still so much more. This doesn't even look like it's the ending quest. I think there's gonna be another, because they usually both of the starter zones, because it's a Shadowbringers 2.0, I'm sure it's gonna follow exactly the same arc. Charlian already did. Both of the zones go through until they have big, impactful cutscene, TM, and then the zone is over. And that usually is a quest that has a large splash. Like a large, fancy-looking splash there, you can easily tell.
Can you excuse me? I should return to my work on the talisman.
I don't remember who's Varsan. Not the child. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant's Skull are running low.
What? Well, when last I looked, there was still plenty.
I suspect that was before Rianjay told everyone about their tempering cure. And Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes.
I see. But at least there are possibilities, then far be it for me to complain. We will need to replenish our stores.
I should be happy to tend to this if you like.
As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. You do it.
This is definitely a start mashing. That was a start mashing flag. That was the start mashing flag. Go do a menial task is the start mashing flag. Bros install in 69 months.
Nice.
Nice. Nice. I appreciate you bluntly introducing that it's time to go do a pointless menial task. So that I can start spamming through your dialogue. And my life just a little bit easier. Yalamuk.
Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. From the Kajaya's footsteps, please come back. Go find her.
I gotta admit, not finding myself super caring about this sound. This one is pretty heavily whatever, and based on the fact there have been 3 chat messages in the last literally 20 minutes, chat doesn't seem terribly engaged either. You're Hamsagan. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That's where my errand takes me. Ignore destinations, but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let's go. Oh. Okay, hold on. That's gonna take me somewhere else. Alright, I feel like I should wrap the day 1 adventure up here relatively soon, like. Because there's a point of dead chat where either the Twitch chat server is literally dead, or everybody is so thoroughly disengaged that I should perhaps give it a rest until later. We are at one of those 2 points. I've been lurking, but I've been enjoying. It's not awful, don't get me wrong, it's not awful. But I feel like after 8 hours of snorting this with not a single dungeon and like 8 combats,
Welcome, Squidling, to the
it's
Squiddy
perhaps
Pool.
time to give the Final Fantasy a rest for the day 1 adventure. Jasta runs 61 months in the pool. You were the shiniest, Squidling. I'm also at the point where I imagine chat is at a pretty hefty delay, because I noticed now, actually, I haven't noticed it. I have not dropped a ton of frames, but I have dropped enough that I'm probably pretty well desynced from chat. What do you want, woman? Give me your Aether Current. I want to fucking interact with you. These elephant guys are just among the most okay, whatever. I really liked the first one, the fishmonger guy. And then it went on for way too long. Had to move some mobile typing aside. Mobile typing is super hard. When I was in Kidney Stone Hell on Wednesday, I was playing some mobile RuneScape in the bathroom, since I was in there for the better part of 7 hours. I went to go do Slayer, and of course, it's the one time where you go to Slayer, and there's another dude there who's super talkative, which is great usually, but I'm like, I'm on fucking mobile, it's so hard to talk. I am the adventurer sent by the students of Baldizian. Black-haired here. Still need to be a dancer. Maybe I still can, but not as a dancer, as an alchemist. We should go back to the great work. I don't want to get grounded. And that was the quest. Okay, well, quest complete. Punch! Well, these guys fucking rocket punch. I guess they have giant chameleon armor warrior arms, so it makes sense. Why is that guy faster than me? He's 80, so I doubt... Are there mounts that are faster than other mounts? Am I just on, like, a fucking ball-meltingly slow mount because it's funny looking? Do they have bespoke speeds? Am I a stupid idiot? I didn't fucking know they had speeds. Also, I've been neglecting the hell out of the Chocobo Porters. I totally forgot about them. Oopsie poopsie. Alright, let me turn this in and finish this step. I only know the answer to the last question. Shut the fucking of your mouth. Well, here you go, buddy. Thanks for the 8th grade. Have a nice day. What's that quest called? High importance, low urgency. The same could be said of all of the main quests in this zone. Take me. I don't think I need to say anything about this. I feel like this speaks for itself. Oh, they stole my camera. It's a Khadga. A sword, legend holds, is wielded by the Mansuya against the Murlocs before it was cast down at the conflict's end. I'm gonna throw up. Look at this shit. To the left, requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small island. Oh, it's like right the fuck there. Wow. We're definitely gonna be going there fairly early. Almost there. While the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. We're gonna be going there hella early, I imagine. It really does kind of look like a reskinned Oblivion Tower, doesn't it? Is that just me? Am I the only one getting Oblivion energy off of this tower? It really, to me, looks to me like a reskinned Oblivion Tower. Well, like, yeah, it doesn't have the Oblivion Towers don't have the tentacles at the bottom, but like disregard the spready, feety tentacles. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Side-eyeing the shit out of that thing. Well, well, who's to be young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come collect your report. We also wish to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We're honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not bad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. If you overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. I am evil. I am evil now, evil. Evil, eviling my evil. Thank you, Nadine. What the fuck is this? Remember to introduce Ganondorf, of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. Eorzean, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would tend to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'll be glad for any tidings you can share. Do you have tidings? You too. Bring Varshan the latest report to answer any questions he has. Fucking cat boys. Pretty sure it's just their shitty helmets to make them look like Catboys. There are hella Aether currents here. I see its text hiding inside this building with its green swirly bolitude. How big southeast? Fence is chatted up. Defense mission. He started it. Whom started this? That is a lot of birds. My buff up, please. So I'm gonna start fucking spamming. Wow. Protect them from the birds! Holy fucking birds! I guess I don't need tanks. So somebody else has aggro on all of them. They probably have tanks. They're probably also a tank. They're probably fine for me to stay as I was. It was a part of who I am. I must tank. It's the way of my people. Full heal, please. Thank you. We smack. The Dark Knight. I can tell because I saw their weird little salted earth thingy. Salted earth thingy. I'm smacking! I'm smacking! Fuck these birds! I hate birds! Alright, well now that we have killed every bird in this zone. Good work with the super murder, everybody! The quantity of enemies that come in the Fates in Endwalker is hilarious. Because it was the same with the one I did with the weird little flytrap plants back in the other zone. The sheer quantity of fuckboys that show up when you accept a fate is just so funny. They're so absurdly angry. Probably introduce our company. We're the Radiant Host, military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. But we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions. They came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. But the towers in Eorzea, they likewise spawn monsters? Well, they make primals, but that's like a big monster. So it's much the same everywhere. Every nation's struggling. We cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Not wrong. Everyone's getting fucked. I've heard about you. A visitor from Eorzea. Anything you can tell us about the fluff, right? They're the tower, but why? Because they want to kill everybody, including themselves. What? Why? Hey, but we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have. Yeah, you also don't want to die. That's fair. Most people probably don't. We should know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared when it did on the island of Nurinair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but don't go too far into the water. You'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? We're just kind of just ignoring it, really, and hoping it goes away. Huh, fair enough. That's really where we're at. We're at just like, close your eyes and pretend it's not happening. We're currently at that phase of the defense program. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both Razad Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream died when the trading vessel stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone ought to be grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. But straightforward, follow the road east. Brief though as it was, I enjoyed our time together. I'm going to go pick up rocks. Then I'm going to ride a chicken. I need the chicken to collect the rocks. Well, that's something I wasn't really expecting. Onward, my little chicken! There's chicken shit to be done! What's this motherfucker doing? Can't ride your regular mounts out here. You guys just going to get the Aether Current, you fucking cheaters? There's chicken shit to be done. Oh, this is fucking far, actually. You gotta ride this chicken a goddamn... Ooh. Ooh, that's some, like, Aztec shit. That's neat. There is one up here. Why did I need the chicken? The chicken clearly was not mission critical. Not a super fancy Aether Current, but it's a little bit of a unique menace. That drop is way bigger than it looked like it was. The chicken was just hazing. They want to see if they can actually make you ride the chicken. Give me an Aether Currents. Down one? Down one. We're down one. I want to go see if I can find it. Oh, hey, you're right. I was doing hunts. The fact that I saw that makes me want to believe that I would notice if a hunt monster showed up in front of me. But I'm aware of who I am and how blind I am. So I know that's not the case. I just happen to notice the little squid icon on top of this one. How many fuckers at the bonk? Oh, just one. That was the hunt. Okay, hunt complete. Got him. Easy. Okay. Hello, it is me. This Giant Skull grounds, I am Zanua. Something you require? Giant Skull. Ah, that's why it's called that. They labored tirelessly to deal with the tower. It is the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you go. That... This guy just discovered Yu-Gi-Oh! I had to ride all the way up here for that? That one's definitely down the cliff. It's down the cliff. I feel like I didn't have to ride all the way up here for that. Got it. I feel like they could have just sent that one down. I don't know where the 5th Aether current in this half is. In the halvesies zones, it's always been a 5-and-5 split. And I've been through the whole half now. That's why I'm not Aethernetting back, because I found these from here. Definitely missing one. Oh, is it on this ledge? I think it's on this ledge. There it is. It's always 5-and-5. Always 5-and-5. Final Fantasy is nothing if not absolutely formulaic. They will never break from their exact schedule. Ever. So if you think you're out one, you're out one. Alright, that's probably all the ones we're gonna get for now on both halves. Both pre-zones, rather. They don't always have the same amount of sub-quests. I feel like I might have missed a sub-quest in the other area. But I don't think there's always an initial 2. I think it's 1 or 2. But I might have missed one. I went through a whole lot of quests to get handed a bag. Here you go.
Oh my, such fine specimen. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, but it should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test. So please, take your ease while you can.
It's a solid formula, but damn if it isn't the formula. It's an incredibly precise formula, too. They never veer one single step outside of their comfort zone. It's easy, it's kind of easy, but also kind of bad that this expansion is going to be hella mechanically predictable the whole way through because it is exactly Shadowbringers 2.0. The formula was changed not one ilm. So I did there, I used their word. Hard Control-C, Control-V.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
What have you been up to, Thancred?
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
Anti-magic talisman seems pretty bananas.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
How much of your blood did you lose?
The
It's not a
peoples
curiosity,
of
really.
Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
All the people that live on the
Yet ere
planet.
they succumbed to suicidal
Wanting the planet not
madness,
to explode.
were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration.
That's true, they didn't use a question mark,
The
question mark,
victors
question
of
mark.
this
That's very
war
rare,
alone
honestly.
will hold the right to answer
Very
the
rare they
question
didn't use
of
that.
existence.
They missed an opportunity.
Welcome, Squidling, to the Squiddy Pool.
Poetic and ominous to a fault.
Heroku-san 57.
That said, if it's an existential debate in nature,
with the
then our
tier
arguments
2,
might not be as
the
persuasive as
Dublé.
you think.
You were the shiniest Squidling.
Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
An utterly vile way to fucking describe it, Thancred. Jesus.
And yet, and spat upon by
You guys are
fate
gonna get
and
wet
wailing in the
socks.
deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
Of killing
There are nights
everybody
black
on
as
the
pitch,
planet?
Bereft of hope. No words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Sir, are you both siding the guy who wants to kill everyone as painfully as possible and then himself and blow up the
The
planet?
more difficult they become to bear.
Are we...
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil.
I'm sorry to tell you,
Though
the
your
villain you've
anger
created
has a
is not an
broader
empathetic
focus,
villain.
The sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
You have not engineered an empathetic villain.
That about sums
You
it
have
up.
made a cackling Saturday
The will
morning
to
cartoon
endure is
villain.
not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and
can't
salt the earth. Survival be
empathy.
damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well,
Y'all motherfuckers
I,
need
for
therapy.
one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I.
This should not be a thing everyone's just agreeing on.
Besides,
Japan, are you
our chances
okay?
are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life.
Is this a cry
Our
for help?
vengeful dragoon here is
You
proof
guys
of
should
that.
not all just be agreeing on this. Square Enix, are you guys okay? I'm worried about you. This shouldn't just be a thing everyone's all
What did you
staying
see?
together agreeing about. As an anime
Fandango.
watcher, Japan is
Are you
not
sure?
okay in this aspect.
If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last!
Their voices carry super hard across that little tiny puddle inlet there.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
That looks like it's incredibly hard to reproduce.
Afforded such protection, any one
Based
of us
on the
may approach
7
the towers
different
without fear.
gemstones set into it.
Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Alright, so we started Endwalker and immediately made a tempering
Thank you for
immunity
your
talisman.
kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the
I'll admit,
talisman's
that was not on my
efficacy in the
bingo
field.
card.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
It beat the shit out of me. I got you, don't worry. I'm really good at that. No problem.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
There was a brief moment of her
Madonna,
reconsidering every single step of the plan she's formulated. She hired the ass kicker 10,000 Tron.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandango is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Right, Grim Fandango.
Shall we be on our way?
Fucking go.
I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Okay, so far. Okay. There's a lot of walking in this one. think if we just walk down the beach. I can have a nice walk down the beach. A lot of running back and forth in this one. Definitely the lesser of the two initial zones. But both of them are exponentially better than Amarang. Holy shit. Amarang 1 is the worst. It's the absolute worst. I can't fucking believe how boring Amarang 1 is. Like a 5 out of 10? It's not a 5. It's probably a 5 out of 10, yeah. We have the opposite of the Heavensward thing. Heavensward was such an absolute banger that I feel like I rated most stuff in Stormblood a little lower than it deserved because Heavensward was so good that the bar was in space. And now, Shadowbringers was not fantastic. So I feel like I'm being a lot more lenient with my judgments of Endwalker here. Because the previous expansion was not great. Well, you're not a single player, duty. Everyone's in a cutscene.
What remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay or have. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. Perhaps only hope for toppling the tower. For Allah's sake, do not hesitate to do what must be done. Whatever that may be. But longer I don't sound more nervous it'll come. Off we go!
That's the spirit. That's the MMO new expat crowd. There's been some big hordes in a lot of these cutscenes. If it's a longer cutscene, that's how you can tell it's gonna be pretty girthy. The size of the crowd.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Well, these towers have a way smaller radius than I thought.
Any moment now.
I kind of thought these were commanding, like, miles around them. You have to physically walk up and touch the tower with your dick
You are still
to
yourself?
get tempered.
Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Look how small the range is on this thing. We're fucking right there. We're inside the radius of its supporting legs. These are way weaker than I thought they were. What is this, a sprint tower?
Far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Is that not the door that's right in front of you?
A few more steps.
Don't drop it.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
And then?
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
He talks about this tower like I talk about Dingus.
What?
I don't know why we thought walking up to the tower with a completely unarmed person with no power was going to be smart when we literally know the only thing a tower does is abduct her people. I don't know, like, what the thought process was here. Oh, this is way bigger on the inside. Well, this turned into a Destiny raid real fast. Yep, we knew what the tower did.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Take X, throw X. Problem solved.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Into the wall, Sphincter. Head first. You get it even worse than everyone else. Everyone else got to have their face sticking out. You go head first. Oh, they turn you around inside, I guess.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
Wish to machinist, pull out your gun.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
The fuck are you talking about, Larkin?
Allow me to tell you.
We know how to make those.
Surely
like,
you've yet to hear the one about Van
we
Daniel.
can do that. Like, that's mildly annoying because we have to make another one, but we know how to do that.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
You're a sundered fragment.
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Unsundered and the Convocation are not the same thing. The only three unsundered were La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emet-Selch. The rest of the conversation still got splattered.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Okay.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
At least. Are you Emperor Zan?
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Oh.
At your service.
I was one boss off. I was one boss off. It makes way more sense, I guess, given the theatrics.
A nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
Wow.
The memory of
okay. Allegans are pretty fucked up.
My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Well?
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work.
The Allegans are
but
dicks.
It is not their only indulgence.
Apparently. Holy shit.
For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint.
Like he's not listening to this dude in front of him at all. He's just going off. He's falling asleep.
But I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend. Our first and greatest emperor.
Oh, was that how? Oh, so you're the one who made Zand. Man, I was really close to right.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path.
I wasn't aware he was that close to Zand.
An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards. Always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Damn, imagine Crystal Tower not being required content when the last 70% of the main story is literally predicated on it.
Vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
This is the concerning part, that the Elegans had, like, whole-ass cloning technology.
The fall of the Empire
that worked,
affirmed the truth.
Like, consistently.
Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw.
It could be, like, Infinity Fandaniels.
Scheme as you like, build as you will.
I guess Infinity Amens, and one of them is Fandaniel. But you can take bodies.
Life? But a brief jaunt, ending in emptiness.
Huh. Squid, name one precursor civilization that isn't a complete bag of dicks. Oh, wait. Hold on, there has to be one. There has to be at least one.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
I wonder if we really are just gonna bonk Xenos at like 83 and then he's just gonna be out of the story. And he's just like a huge debate. Because so far he has literally nothing to do with the story other than he is also there. Like, his contribution so far is, and I'm also a character that's here. And I don't like the protagonist. Or I do like the protagonist, but it's in a really weird way. It's functionally indistinguishable from not liking them. Excuse me, everybody. You returned. There's Mistress Nahada. Well, she's a battery now. For Elephant Jesus. I must put his mutts. Please return to the great work. Pray return. Well, that's super interesting. So Fandaniel is Aemon. I guess I don't understand how the Unsundered Ascians work, really. Because I thought, or the Sundered Ascians. Because I assumed even the Sundered Ascians were still just Ascians the entire time. But they are literally just people. That the 3 Unsundered were like, hey, you're a pretty cool dude. Here's this guy's brain, you're this guy now. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What's happened? Well, a lot of shit. So, was Larkin after all? Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. You must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. First, you must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it'd be best if you were the one to explain. Really? Because I'm more of the silent protagonist. I don't really, like, tell anyone. Who was the mad lad who went through OSRS spots to make the spreadsheet? That was Trencha, I believe, that made that entire thing. I looked over it. I went over to go look at Discord real quick because I was actually verifying because it's in the pins. I'm pretty sure. It is. It was in fact Trencha. Yeah, it's pinned. Can you answer me this? Did Hana trapped in the tower? She is still alive, yes? Protagonist nod. Then we must make wording scales. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved a peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye. As alchemists, this is how it will help win the fight. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to have to alchemy some stuff. Have to alchemy them away out of the wall sphincters without dying. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the wording scales with you. Hello, Marshmallow. Hi, Rodent. And for our Eorzean video visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you let the company meet the Radzat Han for an audience with His Excellency? Yes. Wish me honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. You're gonna don't make me walk. I am tired. I'm very tired of walking from Great Works to vaguely up here. I think we have done that enough times now. We have walked this now 3 times, and that's including just teleporting back. We got to ride an autopiloting chicken for one of them. We still had the time investment. And I, for one, am fucking tired of walking up here. Please. And we've done it, so we've proven it's a thing that I can do. I possess the capability. I feel like I should make Radzat Han a favored destination. But I have to see what my favorite destinations are and if I can spare one. Gridania. Alamegan Quarter. We can probably toss Alamegan Quarter. I imagine that Alamegan Quarter has used most of its value at this point. I should also... No, I have Gridania because that gives me a way back to all 3 of the main cities. Return is Ul'dah. I have fucking Agilian, Maelstrom, Aetherites, and Gridania's favored. So I can get to all 3 of the Realm Reborn capitals somewhat cheaply. But I could hurt the Ul'dah teleport to Gridania. That's not that expensive. If I wanted to move Gridania. But the Alamegan Quarter is... you only go there because the main story has forced you to go there. Which I'm almost certain will happen probably at least once or twice, but I don't expect it to happen much. Big cutscene. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. So you've been granted special permission. I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz at Han.
Don't make it sound like a turd. That's gross. Why you describe everything in the grossest way possible, Endwalker?
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye.
It looks so grumpy.
The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Why does it look so grumpy?
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Hey, it's the door from the treasure portal that we fail every time. Radz at Han. Secondary capital city.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
So colorful. I like it, it's so pretty. It's like a Lego city.
Here we are. Megaduta.
Is that a Decepticon? Do you need me to kill the building? Oh, we're not allowed to.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
It's gonna be a girthy cutscene. You can tell by the size of the crowd. You get a little forewarning for how long you're gonna be locked in by how many people are gathered around the NPC.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap
What I
of
thought
Radz
he'd
at
look
Han.
like. This guy looks
Our
like
alchemists
Adder
tell
from
me your
Advance
assistance
Wars
was
2.
invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have
A
young
reference
Varshan
maybe
convey
2
you
people
here
that ever see
forthwith.
this will get.
On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere
On account of fucking
gratitude.
Advance Wars reboot getting delayed. We lost Nidhana, my dog, I'm sorry to tell you. Dude has a scale beard and mustache. He's something, yeah.
Incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others.
Marshmallow, you can't get in the hammock from the front.
I am
He
eager
did it.
to hear
He
your
almost
opinion
ate
on the
shit,
matter,
but he
so
made
let
it.
us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Dargan!
As you wish.
That speaks regular instead of universal dragon speech. Which is a first, I think.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Literally just Nidhogg.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
You look like...
I am Vritra, and for years...
that one kind of extremely derpy-looking shark. The unicorn shark. He has the derpiest fucking face.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Sure.
I,
Schnozznog.
brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
I feel like I've definitely heard of Vitra previously, but not much.
Well, isn't this a surprise?
Mentioned offhandedly.
We were told
once or
Rads
twice,
Han
maybe.
had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone.
Fucking nosewort, dude.
In time,
He
the
looks
ancestors
so
of the Matanga
derpy.
came to the island and established a foothold. But never
He
did
looks
they
like a
dare disturb
dingus.
the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example
was
of their
Tiamat first
Apasodra
brood? I don't think
allies,
Tiamat was first
they too
brood.
treated Vitra with
I
reverence
thought
and
Tiamat was the
respect.
consort of one of the first brood.
And for many years, an understanding
remember
between
which.
our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Was Tiamat first brood? I don't know. I don't fucking know shit.
Until marauding hears from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
Goddamn barbarians!
When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising
Vitra
conflict.
himself came forth and yelled,
Peaceful accord
"Shut the fuck up!"
and oaths sworn in Vitra's name.
I'm trying to watch Netflix!
Thus begun the dragon's governance of the
And so they all
Fleshling
stopped
state,
warring because they
which
didn't want to
was
get
grow
roasted by a
into
dragon.
Rads Athan.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
Puppet Man!
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Only have one? Oh shit, he only has one.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. with mine eye nestled within. It doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wind.
That's a thing you can do?
Why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
That's the thing you can do. You can just take your eyeball and stick it
with words
in a fucking robo-child.
Though 'twas
What?
short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
So why does he get an Indian accent when he's speaking as the kid? Just for a cover, I guess?
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal.
Like, he's a robo kid. He's like a... What are they called?
As the ruler of Radz.
The little clay minions. Little constructs.
With all haste must we take in hand the finished
homunculus. Homunculus, like a homunculus.
Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
To 4 to 8 people, I'm gonna imagine. Probably 4.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
I pick me and my 3 closest friends.
Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a sure path before me.
I do too. I pick me. And whatever 3 squidlings happen to be ready at the time.
Have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Yes.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves.
The tower is first dungeon?
And I ask that
prediction
you serve
confirmed.
as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Very nice.
I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Okay, bye.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
What do you think I'm doing?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
You just got bored. I heard all the stuff I need to hear here. Let's go outside now. I'm tired. I don't even get to use the city yet. It's just fucking cutscene to stand. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let's rejoin our comrades at Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zatz. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, tune to the 8th right here before departing. Of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Not like here, right? This isn't a thing we can do? Yeah, okay. Okay. So it is, as the formula predicted both ways. Well, the formula wasn't the tower. The tower was just like an obvious candidate for Dungeon 1. But as the formula predicted, and I guess as would mechanically be logical, they need you to do both regions. Oh yeah, I can think of their teleporter. Before they slap a dungeon at you. So just like Shadowbringers, because it's a Shadowbringers 2, the dungeon is immediately after you've done both zone intros. Done. You need to fucking level, you little midget. God damn it, Bokoblin. Level the fuck up! Oh, hi, Spitling. You have no idea how much XP it takes you to level, but you need to fucking do it. So let us... Missing eye profile is kind of unsettling. Fucking, there are 0 dragons that have all of their eyes. Actually 0. Let's go turn this in, because this is going to do a couple of things. One, I think it's going to prep us for duty unlocked. 2, it's going to ding me, because I'm right the fuck there. I am 1,108 XP away from a level. Just as I was getting used to Balmy Thavner back in Chilly Charleon. Take it out to catch your death, eh? Each of your battles to come. Now, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. I'm doing it. Whoops. An ability. Blood wetting. It is not. Nope, there is not an ability. It was bait! You thought it was an ability, but it was just a skill that you already had. It's now slightly better. Okay, raw intuition mastery upgrades raw intuition. Okay. Nascent flash, nascent glitter. Now 8 seconds. Huh? I don't understand that at all. Hold on. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this, a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Okay. Grants Nascent Flash yourself a Nascent Glint to target party member. Nascent Flash restores HP with each weapon skill selects to deliver Q potency 400 Nascent Glint. Restores HP equaling 100% that recovered by Nascent Flash while reducing damage taken by 10% for 8 seconds. And additionally grants Stem Flow to the target, reducing damage taken by 10% for 4 seconds. Grants Stem the Tides to the target, nullifying damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency for 20 seconds. Has to recast time with Blood Money. Okay, so this Flash Glint. Flash heals me 400 potency every time I land a hit. Glint, same thing. Gives them 20% damage reduction for 4 seconds, and then 10% damage reduction for 4 more seconds. I don't really understand Stem the Tide. Stem the Tide, is that nullifies damage equal to a heal of 4, it lasts 20 seconds. Is that nullifying damage equal to a heal of 400 potency for every weapon skill I hit? Or just once? Am I giving them the world's tiniest shield? Like, just once? Why even include that? Like, it's like, why is that even there? It's like, it's just... You, before, were able to take 46,000 points of damage, but now you can take 46,015 points of damage. Like, what? That's such a tiny... That can't just be a 400 potency shield once. That's like, why? That's literally the heal that Nascent Glint gives every single time I land a hit. But I don't think it's... you know, it might be It might be a 400 potency shield every hit. But that would be gross in AoE. 20 seconds of that in AoE would be fucking bananas. So I don't think it's that. They'd be literally invulnerable. I'm gonna guess this is all that extra stuff, but just for me. Yeah, okay. Okay, I got my 20% back. Never mind, we lost nothing. Bloodwetting immediately gave back the 10% we lost. So it's a little more. Yeah, that's the thing, Asagna. If Stem the Tide is a barrier of 400 potency once, that's so weak as to be pointless. If it's 400 potency every single time I land a hit, that's so hilariously broken that there's no way it's that strong. So I have no fucking clue what it does. It might just, like, how big is this shield? It's percent max health, so it doesn't really. It also heals. I didn't know that had a heal on it. It might just be a 400 potency shield once. That seems so comically small. The bloodwetting is nuts. Alright, so I have the full 20% from raw intuition back. But basically it's a DR that ticks down. You have 20% for 4 seconds, 10% for 4 seconds, then it's gone. You also get a little bit of an overshield. And you get the, Jesus fucking Christ, this is a bonkers ability. This slaps. That's an insane shield. And that isn't like a fucking amazing off-tanking tool. 20% DR! Just throw it onto the main tank every time a fucking tank buster comes out. It's a 25-second cooldown. 20% DR, a tiny little fart shield, and I'll heal you up afterwards. I have an off-tanking tool now. I really want to know what melee mastery is, but I don't want to look at any of these until I unlock them. I want to see them as I get them. So, that quest right there is probably duty unlocked. That said, I think we are at a good place for today. I think we have successfully explored a solid amount of day one adventure. I have been live for 9 hours and 20 minutes. It's 9:30 p.m. We started 2 hours early and I went an hour and a half over. Day one. Well, it's been day one. I gotta fucking go. Tomorrow. You know what it is. I ain't gotta tell you shit. You know what it is. Tomorrow. 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. Age of Ashes, build up to the finale. This is the penultimate episode of the climax. This is the layup for the big conclusion. Twitch.tv/officialpaizo. Hopefully we'll be there. 9 hours. We made it almost to the first dungeon. Yep, they still have not figured out how to start a story without just slamming Expedition down your throat for quite literally 9 hours. Give them benefit of the doubt and say 8 hours because I did a little bit of mining in there. But yeah, we pretty much just deep-throated check text boxes for 8 hours. That said, the setup story is far more engaging than Shadowbringer's early game. Shadowbringer's early game was terrible. This is at least interesting. Both zones are relatively interesting. The elephant people zone was a little bit of a slog, but not nearly as bad as Amarang. All things considered, this is Shadowbringers 2.0, a worthy sequel to Shadowbringers, in that it's exactly Shadowbringers again, but the numbers are bigger and the story is different. I may stream Sunday to continue some more of the Endwalker adventures. We'll see. I almost certainly will not Monday because I have a doctor's appointment and we have to do some shit up in Gainesville. But hop into this here Discord or follow the Twitter. Follow the channel, obviously, but that'll alert you when it feels like it. One of those two things. You want to make sure that you get notified if I do decide to go live on Sunday. And until then, pretty good. Pretty good out of 10 opener, my friends. Definitely Final Fantasy 14. But I'm having a good fucking time. Good night, everybody.